So the pink dot is the um like also a signal that you're gonna buy, kind of in
Yeah.
the right spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the dots are these. You got four dots. Okay, on this eye structure chart,
Mm-hmm.
and the dots go like this. Hold on. Let me start this live real quick. Hold on a second.
Okay, okay.
Just a second. Just a second.
Take your time. I'm gonna mute myself, okay?
Yep. All right. Good morning. Welcome to Impact Trading on the 30th of July, 2025. All right. So I'm going to answer a quick question here, and then we'll kind of get going. So you can see on this chart, you see that you have four different kinds of dots: orange and green, pink and blue. Orange on the upside just tells you you're kind of getting in an extreme, okay? When you see an orange dot with a star, that's a double influence, a double indication. So confluence between the two that's starting to get a little bit to the extreme price range. So you start getting a little extreme, getting a little extreme, a little extreme. It's not a sell or buy signal. It's more just an identifier, okay? That you're getting ready to roll over probably. Then we roll over. Now you can look. We had a little bounce down here. We get a green star, a green circle with a star. I call it the Texaco symbol because it looks like the old Texaco gas station, which had a red background and a white star on it. So we call it the Texaco signal. When you get that technical signal, look, it's an extreme down here, and then what do? We bounce back up. All right, doesn't happen all the time. It's just kind of an indicator letting you know you're starting to get oversold, overbought. If you have that confluence with other things like maybe a sell dot, then maybe we would sell it. In this case, I'm just starting to watch what's going to happen. And we come here, and as we start to roll over, we have a little bounce back. We roll down. We have a retrace back up in this one candle, and then sell dot, and then they sell it off. But then we get an immediate buy dot. Now, this is pre-market summer hours trading, so the ranges aren't very large. And so you just kind of get this ping pong effect that you can see. But then we have a little buy indication telling us that the guns cloud went back up. Then we come back here and look, we're starting to roll over, and then we really do get the rollover. So you had a white arrow down, tells us that the base cloud, the larger base cloud, has turned pink. Red is telling me that the smaller, what we call guns cloud, is pink. So now I have two clouds that are telling me that price is rolling over. Then I get a sell dot. That first move down got a little extreme,
Guns
which
Cloud.
is telling you it's an extreme for now, but it got overridden by a pink sell dot. So now you got two sell arrows with a sell dot, and then we roll over. Now we come down here to the bottom of this base cloud. You get a little extreme reading. You get a little reaction up. So it's almost like an area where you can just see there'll be a little bit of a price reaction. May not be huge, but you do get a reaction there. We
Guns
come
Cloud.
back up, start to come back down. The same area, what was support, okay, now is broken through with a sell dot. We continue to sell off. We come down, get a little bit of an extreme, you get a little bit of reaction. Now we go into this chop, this Wyckoff pattern zone in between here. Kind of already talked about this. So now let's come back
Guns
to current
Cloud.
time frame. So we had a Fibonacci level that we
Guns
drew,
Cloud.
right, from here to here, low to high. The yellow lines are 50% Fibonacci. Our red line is a
Guns Cloud.
65, and our pink dash, our red line is a 61.8. Our pink dash is 65. The NQ loves to find support and or break through the 65. The ES, we look a little more closely at the 61.8. So the ES tends to react off the 61.8. The NQ tends to react off the 65%. So that's why we draw both next to each other. Because my drawing tool I'll use the same for whether I'm drawing ES or NQ. You can see that we had a little exhaustion star and dot here as we came down to the Fibonacci, but price still was going to go lower. We have red candles now. That's telling us it's gotten weak, right? Blue candles are strong. That's called the bull stacker. Red arrows is called bear stacker. All right, so that's the moving averages are telling you things got weak. But then what did we do? We came in double bottomed here. And if you look at the iSnipe chart, which we talked about, here's our ATR line, okay, on a 10-4-3 Renko chart. We bounced once, bounced twice. Okay, now we're coming up here to the 6-8 bear, 6 ATR. We're getting a little fractal, so we're starting to roll over a little bit. Okay, so the candles are red. We're going to start in like 8 minutes. So if you wanted to, now the candles are kind of pink, so it's not super bearish anymore. It's bear, but not super bearish. So if you wanted to take one more chance at that fractal and sell that for a little move down to maybe this 4, you could take a chance, just, you know, a couple micros, 1 or 2. I wouldn't do much more than that because we're so close to the point of control. You don't want to, we're still in this range. Okay, look, we're still in this range. It's gotten a little bit bigger, it's starting to expand a little bit, but we're still in a relatively tight range. So I look at confluence between the two charts. So over here, we got a fractal. Over here, we got a little fractal also. But what do we have up against us on this one? We had a buy dot right on this double bottom. So that was like, that may not be working out to break down. They bought it again at this level. They came up to the Fibonacci level. They came back that Fibonacci level, which we broke below, acted as resistance. So then we moved back down. Now it starts coming back out, knocking its head again against that same resistance level at the point of control. We get 2 buy dots, and then it's enough pressure to push us up. So that's going to make price move up, and it changes the cloud. But now we come up to the base here. This is what we call the first touch of the base cloud, and then it rolls over again. So that occurred at this bear 6. So now we have confluence to sell this fractal on that red sell line with this fractal, and now we're getting sell dots on top of these fractals. So I'm selling this. And I'm going to just see if we just come back down to the bottom of the channel or if we'll continue on. But we're coming through the Fibonacci level again, point of control again. We bounced off of a sell line. This is an ATR, a bear ATR. And I'm going to see if we can come down and hit this next bullish line that's starting to develop down here. You know, do you remember that old game called Pong? Like the Atari, I can't remember if it was Atari, but you had 2 paddles, a very basic video game, right? And you played Pong, and you'd move the paddle to let the ball hit it, and then it would bounce up, and then you move the paddle to hit the top. So what I call this Pong, all right? We're just playing ping pong from one line to another line, right? And in this case, we were bouncing from this line up to the 6. These are ATRs, so these are support and resistance lines based off previous price action. And it's bouncing off that. You get a fractal telling you that it's reversed. And then what we do is we leg out on the way down. We leg out, and then we try to hold a runner. Now, there is a liquidity zone below us at 64.08, okay, on the ES. And there was one that was at 473-ish, 473.74. And that was where we bounced off over here to the left-hand side. So we came down, hit a little bit of liquidity, bounced up. So now we got to wait and see what's going to happen. We got 5 minutes of the market. It's probably not going to move a whole lot until the market actually kicks in. But if I take this trade, I'm going to leg out on the way down. I'm going to put my stop at break even right on that fractal. And then I'm going to hold a runner to see if we can keep going. Now I'm stress-free because my stop is right there, right at the fractal. So I put a stop like right above that line right there. So that's my stop from entering short right there. I leg out a little bit on the way down. I'm pretty much stress-free because I got a good stop. Price is away from that stop. And now we just wait and see what price does. Got got a pink sell dot that came in here, so that's added selling pressure to the top of this range, which is good. Since we already broke this Fibonacci, I'm going to erase it just because it's a lot of lines.
Guns Cloud.
And don't forget, all the prices and everything you see over here are a series of different kinds of price line action points.
Guns Cloud.
Okay, they can be everything from initial balances, like I label them. Here's the Asia initial balance low. Okay, high B low. Here's the Europe IB low. Up here is the Euro IB high. We have gamma levels. We have volatility levels. We have GAN levels. We have Fibonacci levels. And then we have something called the Navdar levels, which is proprietary price action that we use in here to help us figure out where to buy and sell.
NQ Extreme.
So you'll learn more about that as we continue on, but that's what these different lines are. They're different reaction points. So you can see we bounced at the Asia IB high and VWAP here. And then from yesterday, or from 2 days ago, this is what we call our TMAP, treasure map. TMAP stands for treasure. Treasure map lines. And those are pretty good reaction points on first touch. If we come up to one and we bounce down below it, that's acting as resistance. So if we get a TMAP in the same location as a VWAP, in the same location as a bearish ATR over here, then that's 3 points of confluence to sell. Now you can see we got a white arrow down, we got a sell dot on top of it, and now we have another red arrow. So that's double selling pressure to the downside coming into the open. Does that make sense?
Yes, makes sense.
NQ Extreme.
All right, so anybody else in the room right now? Hey, Matt, Pavel, Stefan. Hey, guys.
Hey. Good morning.
Hola.
Okay, so let's go, guys. We're going to have...
Morning, everybody.
I have a conference this morning, so I can't trade. I just wanted to pop in and say hi.
That's okay. All right. Okay, here comes the market. So we probably want to be flat now. Coming into the market just so we don't get
Fox 2.
ripped on.
NQ Extreme.
2 minutes to the market open. I was explaining some stuff to Gracia, so now I don't have time to go through my whole spiel pre-market. But what I'm going to do is just really outline the turns for the morning. So where is the nav?
NQ Extreme.
So today's got that 4 options, right? We can have the wedge zoom, link stink, or normal trade rotation. We'll watch this a little bit, but in general, okay, 75% chance of a wedge zoom. With it being
NQ Extreme.
Fed day, it may not become as much of a wedge up
Fox 2.
as we would like. But the normal is going to be a initial move down with an AM high. So we'll look for spill down AM high. Let's see what happens here at the market open. Wow, a tsunami wave hit Hawaii after earthquake off of Russia. Did you see that?
Oh yeah. Yep, that was yesterday.
Oh, that was yesterday? I wasn't in here yesterday.
Well, it happened in Russia yesterday, and then it just kind of, the time of the wave coming through. But they don't think it's going to do anything crazy from what I've read. It was supposed to...
Oh, go ahead.
10 seconds.
India's going to be paying a 25% tariff plus a penalty from buying anything from Russia.
There's a penalty.
Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 104 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 2 million. Dow 30 buy side 10 million. Mag 7 sell side 3.6 million.
Okay, sell that right away. I am selling. We had liquidity below us. And we said that we're looking for an initial move down.
NQ Bear Stacker. ES premium NQ extreme ES premium NQ extreme NQ extreme
Fox 2.
Probably get a flurry of action, maybe one or two really good turns here this morning, and then probably start tapering off before the Fed meet. We're stuck at the point of control here. Still a
Starbucks
little
shares
bit.
jump 6.4%, its most
Let's see
intraday since May 12th following their
break
earnings
this
report.
low.
ES premium
ITS
Come on, break
20.
this low. First 8 minutes is really, for most people, a no trade zone. First 8 minutes, let it get its opening range out of the way.
ES bear stacker
Italy's economy minister says the US-EU deal on tariffs is to have significant impact on national and European economy.
ES bear
Small
stacker NQ extreme
Could be short-lived. Obviously, first 8 minutes, a lot of chop. That first sell dot we get within the first 5 minutes is usually a pretty good indication, though.
Italy's economy minister Giorgetti says the EU-US deal on tariffs to have a negative impact on Italian GDP of a maximum of spot 5% next year.
NQ extreme
Thank you, sell dot, in the first 5 minutes. Okay, this is a trick of the trade. The first sell dot you get within the first opening turn is usually a good move to short or buy. You got to be quick though. First you see it, you take it. If you see an opposite buy or sell dot come in immediately right after that, that's in the opposite direction. So let's say you get a sell, and then you get a buy, you got to get out. Things happen fast in the first 8 minutes.
NQ extreme
You'll notice I also... Can you guys hear that thing that says NQ Extreme?
No.
You'll notice my computer talks. I have some sounds that you might end up hearing stuff. So if you hear stuff, it's audio alerts that I've set for certain trade conditions. Okay, we're hitting some pretty good liquidity zone down here. So I suspect we might bounce here.
China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with US business delegation in Beijing, according to the Foreign Ministry.
Okay, that was right to the gap fill. That's why that liquidity was down there. Okay, so no more shorts for right now. Okay, you got a 4, 6, and 10 stacked below us with blue candles now. So a pullback might be warranted for a buy. We are still around the point of control, so I still expect it to be choppy either direction. See if we can break away from this point of control here. I'm switching to longs. Small, because we're at the point of control and we're in the first 8 minutes. Again, most of my rules
Fox 2.
So in 10 minutes time now, at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we see the release of the Bank of Canada rate decision. Forecast is for rates to remain unchanged at 2.75%. We also get the Bank of Canada rate statement.
No trade zone for the first time for most people, particularly if you're new to the system and you're still trying to learn. Right, there was your first touch, first color bar change, okay, with a 10 below you. So this is a premium trade setup. This fractal to the 4 with a 10 line below you. Now you have to leg out up here at the 20 line, and then you hold runners. Your stop's coming to break even. Oops. you guys see that, Stefan, Gracia?
Fox 2.
Yep.
See how we had an impulse move? Right?
MACD
I
Momo
think-
Cross.
Impulse
Yeah.
move up, first touch, first pull back with a fractal between the 4 and 6 ATR lines that are bull lines.
So according to the Foreign Ministry, China's Wang Yi says China is willing to strengthen contact with the United States to avoid
Trend line below
miscalculations.
you, acting as support, and so that's why that premium trade setup right there. It's the first one of the morning. Then what we do is we leg out with your predetermined ATM strategy, and then you try to hold a runner trailing different fractals, or you trail the next line in order. So if you bought it off the 4, then I put a stop and I trail below the blue line. Or depending on whether how much profit you have, maybe you do the 10 line. But you have to have something that you're using to trail. So I trail between the 4 and the 10 depending on the situation. In this case, when it's moving so fast, if I don't want to give up profit and so I take it, I'll do below the
The
6.
Chinese Wang says we should establish more channels for communication and consultation.
If I want to give it more breathing room, then I'll follow the next line in order, the 10.
And Italy's economy minister says 2025 government GDP growth target of spot 6% is still within reach despite the disappointing ISTAT data.
And we follow it
Guns
because
cloud.
we know nothing goes straight up or straight down. So you're going to have little bits of pullbacks here and there. So here's your first
NQ
pullback close to the
extreme.
10. So I bought that and added again. Now I'm legging out on the way up. Now my stop's at the fractal, so I cannot lose on that trade. And then I've legged out a little bit, and then I'm going to trail. So now I'm going to trade every fractal. So my stop now, okay, comes just below this next fractal. Because I don't want it to reverse on me. I got good profits already. It takes me out.
Plus
It
we're at
takes me
the,
out. I get in the next trade.
Yeah, plus we're at the pivot too, so we gotta respect that.
Yeah, good call. We're at the pivot. You have this thing called Eagle MA, which is a proprietary target price line for us. We're also up here at the gamma vol trigger area. Okay, so a little bit of resistance. Let's see what it does. Okay, I'm giving a little bit of breathing room. I raised my stops on some and I kept 2 right in this fractal. Okay, so now I'm out. That trade is over.
Fox 2.
Now we're getting an impulse move down. Color bars are starting to get a little bit weaker. It's a full tag of this 10 ATR, so maybe they bounce one more time. But I am not.
Pevker says the US is to discuss any troop withdrawal with NATO.
27 surfer iceberg that came out at 488.
Fox 2.
So that's Pevker, Estonia's defense
Aye, aye.
minister.
Okay, guys, make sure you're saying whether it's buy or sell.
Yeah, sorry. It's always a mouthful.
Yep. I always try to say start off sell ice.
So
buy
again,
ice.
just a repeat really here, but China's Wang Yi says China calls for more negotiation channels with the US.
All right, he's gone.
Okay. So far, we're still ranging around the point of control. Okay, we've not gone that far. And you can see if I was to expand this whole chart out.
NQ extreme.
Okay, here's the point of control. And all we've been doing is zigzagging. We're expanding. So let's see which way it ends up breaking. All right, we just hit past
And-
our first 8 minutes, guys. Just our first 8 minutes of trading.
ES has some thick liquidity at 64.15 above us, and then NQ has a decent structured liquidity all the way up to
So in 5 minutes time
Like
now
560.
at 9:45 a.m.
So,
Eastern time,
maybe they wanna
we see
go
the
get
release
that.
of the Bank of Canada rate decision. Forecast sees the rate remaining unchanged at 2.75%. We also get the Bank of Canada rate statement with this as well. 75%.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Starbucks shares turning negative now.
ES streaming on.
Mach 4.
Fox 2.
If you guys don't mind, do me a favor, log into the YouTube channel and just say hey in the chat.
ES
We
bear
gotta start
stacker.
picking up a little more movement inside of YouTube so the algorithms see that we're in here and people are in here. So if you go to my trading channel on YouTube and just
China
type
hopes
in-
American companies are to continue to invest in China, again, according to China's Wang Yi.
and just follow, just watch the stream, close the window, but it'll
ES
show
bear
that people
stacker.
are watching, and then just say good morning, please, in the stream, so we can start building the channel. Okay, a little bit of liquidity above us, 64.12 and then 64.15 on the ES. On the NQ, we have it up to 510, 520 area with, if we break through that, a few more levels up top. Market and trade are bouncing off their lows for right now. Mach 4. Now the candles, we're going sideways, keep changing colors. So again, we're Wyckoff in here, doing just sideways price action. ES on the left is red,
Fox 2.
so it's a little bit weaker than the NQ.
NQ extreme.
Little Fibonacci from the low to the high here. That gives us a 50% right at about 479. Right here is the 61.8 line, the solid red.
Fox 2.
So let's see if we can get above those areas.
Definitely looks like we've had some absorption up here around this bear 20 zone. Just judging it off of the volume.
Yeah.
So
Look at the volume spike right here on the sell.
yep.
You can see
Yep.
you can see the reversal happen.
That was the biggest volume spike of the day so far.
Yeah.
So, and we had another one prior to that at 635 that was a pretty high absorption zone too. So hopefully we get a little rotation.
Now the other thing, Stefan and is Stefan even in here anymore?
Yeah, I'm in here.
Okay. So another this quick little thing to help with highs and lows. See this blue and red dot right here on the 1 minute chart? This is called a momentum indicator. Okay, if it's above a
1
zero
minute now for the Bank of Canada rate decision.
Mach 4.
Fox 2.
If you're blue above the zero line, it's positive. Okay. If it's red and below the zero line, it's negative. So since we're an upward slope, pressure's up
ES
a
bull
little
stacker.
bit. Okay. And then the blue here on the top and the pink on the bottom, these mountain peaks, is bid-ask buy sell volume. Okay, bid-ask volume. So the more the blue on the top, the more the buyers are in. The more the pink on the bottom, the more the selling pressure. So if you get blue on top with blue Momo indicator angling up, then that's more bullish.
NQ
Okay,
extreme.
this
10
is
seconds.
called a bull 20 power stack. That's when we make a second high above the 20 line, which is a bear
NQ
line.
extreme.
So we're breaking out of
No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 2.75% as expected. Looking to the rate statement now, Bank of Canada's Macklem says a rise in underlying inflation largely reflects the increase in prices for goods other than energy.
Can you hear
It
the
also
red?
says we have stepped up our regional
Yes, sir.
outreach to help understand the effects of tariffs and are adding new questions to surveys of households and businesses. The Bank of Canada Monetary Policy Report does not provide economic forecasts, citing uncertainty generated by US tariffs. The Bank of Canada do say that risk of a severe and escalating global trade conflict has diminished since April. The Bank of Canada
Okay, so now we broke above this 20 bearish ATR. When we break above it the second time here, it's called what we call a bull 20 power stack. And now there's blue skies above us, right? There's not a lot of lines above us. So that means there's not a lot of resistance in this zone here.
ITS
That
20.
means we can keep going up without
ITS
much
20.
restriction. Not a bunch of other lines below us. So we finally broke out of this Wyckoff zone here. The the color bars turned blue again. You have a 4, 6, and 10 all stacked below us, ratcheting up. So it's acting as stair-step support as we move up. Now you leg out a little bit and you hold runners. Okay, so we let runners go in here. We never sell the very last one we have. What you do is you want to keep your stop somewhere
MACD Momo
around
Cross.
for the last one around your entry price, and or follow one of these lines. So in this case, I'm going to trail below the 6. I do not want to let it get back to because I want to see if we can climb up here a little bit more. So I'm going to label this bull. I'm going to erase this last box. So when we get up here,
MQ extreme.
clear blue skies with no other lines after breaking above one of our major bearish lines that acts as resistance. And look at this. We hit it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Finally, around the 6th time or so, we end up finally breaking out above it. And you can see that the color bars were changing: blue, green, yellow, red. Then finally came blue again. Got a stacking of the lines, 4, 6, and 10. And we made a new high from this left. So now we have a breakout out of a Wyckoff accumulation zone. We leg out on the way up. We hold runner. Change
MACD
your first
Momo Cross.
pullback to the 6. So I'm actually adding on that one right there myself. Now we're still in the first little bit of the morning trade, so things can swing pretty heavily one way or the other. So I have to be like that.
Fox 2.
So that's what I was about to say. You have to be careful with that, so that if it does, you don't get taken
MQ
out.
extreme.
Now, for anybody who's been trading the last 2 weeks, what are we going to say, Matt?
They do this all the time.
They have done this
Every
every
stream.
single morning in the first 30 minutes. An impulse move out of nowhere.
Yep.
Just like that. And that's why that's why you trail stops. That's why we have stops. That's why we leg out on the way up. Okay? My favorite saying is this right here. And it's why we use micros. Leg in, leg out, raise stops, let winners run. Okay? It's like my all-time favorite saying for capturing the maximum amount of P&L. We legged out on the way up, we raise our stops, we let our winners run, and then something like that happens, we get taken out. Fine. We're on to the next trade.
Fox 2.
Already made money on that. All right, we call this a bull 20 power stack because this is a bearish resistance ATR line, as we already discussed. So it's a bull 20 move when we break above the bearish line. So we call this scenario a bull 20 power stack. That means after we break above, you're going to get a little pullback, and then you're going to have a little bit more of a run. Our targets on a bull 20 power stack is a 35 line and a 45 line. Now, this early in the morning, we may not hit it because there's a lot of two-way trading in the first 30 minutes, which you're seeing right now.
6 ATR.
Now, if you were going to look at a premium setup, the next premium setup, you had an impulse move down. Color bars turned red. We have a 4, 6, and a 10 developing. That's what we did. You sell the first fraction back after the color bars turn red. Now you leg out on the way down, and you can see that we've already moved 18 points to the downside from that premium trade short.
Yep.
But you have to
This is
going to
be
this
probably
and let
still
your eyes and
retest.
brains tell you what you're looking at. And the thing is, if the color bars, if you're long and the color bars turn red, yellow or red, you're out of the long. If you're short and the color bars turn any color of green or blue, you're out of the short. The color bars and your stops will help you from getting your account blown up. And that's why I tell you beginners to focus on this chart. Watch the color bars, get your eyes used to where is the first touch, first pullback, leg into that trade, start legging out when it starts going in your favor. Lower your stops to at least break even from your entry point, and then let your winner run. You can get between 15 and 30 of these trades a day. Here's a brand new 4 developing, bear 4. What did we do? Candles are still red. We pulled up to the 4, and now that's a continuation of the sell. Nothing goes straight up, nothing goes straight down. So impulse move, first touch pullback, move down, retrace, continuation. Now we're at the first touch of this 15 bull ATR, so it'll be interesting to see if we can break below this. The first touch gave us a bounce because they act as support and resistance lines. We're playing Pong off the bear and bull ATR lines. It's just like a video game, just playing Pong. Break the 65% line again, and it's Euro low, and it's the Falcon line, and we just broke below the 15
Momo
with
cross.
candles. That's a sign of weakness. Now let's see if they're just going to peeky boo below the 65%. So I'm not breaking, doing a breakout to the downside short. We could bounce right off this Fibonacci and bounce right up again. We're still stuck around the point of control, so no matter what you think about trading, you're still trading a little bit small because you're in the first 30 minutes.
NQ
Trading
extreme.
small because you're around the point of control.
NQ extreme.
Not betting on the come here. So far, only the wick has pierced the 65% line from low to high. Erase the Fibonacci just so the lines don't clog up what people can see on the video, but we know that right here
MACD Momo cross.
65% line, right at this Falcon line. Now what will be interesting today is, yesterday we had a pretty good day of weakness, but it was what we called a wild card downtrend day. Okay, so for Stefan and Gracia, we have a system called Navdar, okay? I know Stefan understands the premise of it, and that is that we get intraday cycle rotations during the day based off of algorithms that we understand that the market has. And we have trade windows in certain time windows that we know where the market is going to generally start to rotate from one direction
MACD
to another.
Momo cross.
Yeah, it's called our Navdar trading system. We want to stay in alignment with that Navdar trading system. So if it's telling us we're going to wedge down, then we want to be a little more aligned into taking shorts. If it says we're going to go have an AM high, then we want to stay a little more aligned into buying the dips and buying up into those AM highs. So that's what we use this eye structure chart for over here. And as the day goes on, I tell you what kind of turns we're going to be having. If you look at this chart right here, this NQ chart, on Sunday night, okay, on Sunday night, this system gave us 3 targets, okay? This is on Sunday. Target 1, 2, and 3. Okay, on yesterday, look what we hit.
Guns Cloud.
Look where these targets hit. Hit target 1, hit target 2, and just came underneath target 3. These were given and printed out and shown on Sunday. We said yesterday was going to be a downtrending day. Okay? We gave a couple different targets to those that have this information ahead of time that were to the downside. And you can see that if I was to draw on this NQ chart right here, from the low on the 24th to the high yesterday in the morning, we hit price targets. Okay, we hit what we call our golden price targets, and then we roll over.
Guns Cloud.
From a Fibonacci technical analysis point of view, look where that low came down to. What is this line right here?
Guns Cloud.
Anybody? What is that price target?
Guns Cloud.
Fox 2.
65%.
Yep. Here's our 65% Fibonacci. Low to high. Bounce right off that Fibonacci level. Now we did draw some Fibonacci's from this previous low or the next low here, but we broke it. So as soon as we broke it, then we drew the next Fibonacci to the left side, to the next low to high. And we could see the reaction was right there. Now what was interesting about this is this low right here. Okay. This was the previous low right here. And we wanted to stay above this if at all possible for our multi-day cycle.
ES Bear Stacker.
What did we do? We came down and we peekabooed just below it, hit a Fibonacci, and then they bounced it on the 60-minute candle right back up. So it was only the wick that came and did a peekaboo down here. The price line for today that they want to try to stay above is 436. That's like the magic bull-bear line in the sand on the larger time frame, on a 60-minute time frame. Then the bulls bought that dip at the close yesterday. And overnight during Globex, we've just continued to come up. Now we're chopping sideways. And we'll probably have a little bit of a two-range choppy day here in the morning. Wait a little bit for the Fed news that comes out at 11 Pacific Standard. Use a lot of technical analysis, a lot of other information for Confluence on trades. I'll continue to tell you what they are as we see each one during the day. Right now, where are we stuck at? Point of control. I'm not really trading much right now. I don't like trading right at the point of control.
ES Bull Stacker.
Recipe for getting chopped up. Okay, almost the 30-minute mark. Now you can see on this I-structure chart, okay, we like to track the first 15-minute initial balance. So the initial balance, okay, to the downside is this low that we made right here, and that's what says, and this was at the gap fill. So we came right down here, hit the gap fill. So this is IB low, 15 means first 15-minute mark. Here is the price.
You got news in 2 minutes too.
What's that?
You have news in 2 minutes too.
Okay, thank you. And here's the IB high. So what I really want to see is whether we're going to break out of the IB high or the IB low. Hopefully we don't just turn between the two. All right, Stefan, what news is that going to be?
Home sales.
Okay, I'm out of all trades. I'm going to wait for the news, and then we'll see how it reacts.
Not gonna lie, I was really hoping for that 20 power stack up.
Yeah, I know. I think
and
too much on Fed Day.
no, I know, but it's, man, when you see the ES and the NQ, just perfect confluence, nice breakup. We had 45, 60, and 75 targets above. I was like, am I going to be done in the first half hour? Is this going to happen today? They're like, psych. Psych. You could feel it. It felt kind of like the calm before the storm, where I was like, oh man, if they rug pull this, it's like literally 20 seconds later, it just swatted me down.
They love doing that freaking, gosh, I mean, we've seen it every morning for 2 weeks.
I know. I like envision like this evil like guy behind a computer screen, like with his like fingers like ha 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 ha.
Yeah. It's the clown behind it's the wizard behind the curtain.
Yep. The home sales number should be interesting.
Oh, I should turn my sound back on. Okay, the home sales was negative 0.8. Forecast was 0.2, so it was weaker.
ES discount.
Yep. That sounds about right.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
All right, we have red candles on the NQ. We have red ice night chart. We have red candles on the ice structure chart. We have yellow on the ES. So if they all go into alignment, we start breaking down, then we might go a little bit lower. Market internals themselves have been bouncing a little bit, even with this small retrace down. So I'm not totally bearish right now. Today we have an option of something called a wedge zoom, okay, which means we could potentially, for an overall intraday cycle, we could kind of wedge down and then start to zoom up. Okay, that's what happens 75% of the time. 10% of the time, okay, we have something called a wedge up, and then what we call link stink down, continued selling pressure for the first part of the morning. That happens 10% of the time.
ES bull stacker.
5% of the time.
We have posted out the US pending home sales June 2025 report on the feed for those interested.
We do more of a range day type trading pattern, and that may be what happens with the Fed today. I'm just not sure. So that happens about 5% of the time. That's not usually what happens, so we'll probably get a good move here in a second. And we're going to watch to see whether it's the link stink to the downside or the wedge zoom to the upside. We don't know yet. We won't know until we break out one direction or the other. Pretty good liquidity here at 64.05 on the ES that we've bounced off a couple times. If we break below that, there's liquidity down to 63.98. NQ has liquidity below us at 450.
So White House's Hassett has now ended his additional remarks to reporters following his CNBC interview.
And a larger liquidity zone up at 560. So we have liquidity ranges on both sides. Not super helpful right at this second.
NQ extreme.
Okay, if we take a look at, and I like to go back from chart to chart. On this one, obviously, pretty easy to see. What are we doing? We're doing a little spike up, spike down, and now we're doing what we call a linear regression down. Okay, just doing a little channel. It's a channel, linear regression. So until that linear regression stops its downward cycle, we really don't want to be too overly bullish. What we need to see is a reversal to get a linear regression going up, making a series of higher lows to change these dynamics. For now, the candles are all red. The cloud is red below us. So we want to stay in alignment with the market, which is a downtrend. So you could sell the pops that are up here, very small. Now, we've already missed it because we've been talking so much. So you don't want to overdo it, but maybe you take one or two and see if we can break down again. We got about 2 or 3 more minutes before we expect a change here and a little more of an indication of what's going to happen next. So far they've been kind of staying below the 6, below the 6, below the 6, below the 6. So it's stair-stepping linear regression to the downside. Keep making a series of lower lows, lower lows. Now we just made a higher low, so let's watch to see what happens.
NQ extreme.
We'll let price action tell us, and then we'll hold on to the coattails.
NQ extreme.
Fox 2.
ES Bull Stacker.
You can definitely play the range of the volume profile. A day like this.
Say that again.
I said on a day like this, it's easy to kind of play the range of the volume profile, like, you know, long and short at the edges of the.
Yep.
Fox 2.
I don't really like to use that for trade entries, but it's a good confluence.
Yeah.
Because they want to fill in other stuff.
Yeah.
You can see that the candles turn blue. Candles turn blue on both sides.
Fox 2.
Moving averages are making the candles turn blue. Any fractal down to the 4 or 6 that reverses and bounces up, I'm going to buy. Hopefully it doesn't just move without us.
Fox 2.
Got a buy dot and buy arrow over here on the right hand side. We're hitting the 10 bear up here for the first time, so I hope what happens is that 10 pulls us back into the 4 or 6 and gives us a better price, a discounted price.
Fox 2.
Mach 4. You can see liquidity above us.
Fox 2.
64.15 on the ES chart. We've triple bottomed now off of 64.05 on the ES. So that's to me a little bullish.
MACD Momo Cross.
Start legging in on in the dips here to buy.
NQ Bear Stacker.
We said initially we were looking for an AM high today. So in general, over the next 30 minutes, we want to see go up. Okay, that's our
MACD Momo Cross
algorithmic trade indicator. We have a fair value gap right here that wants to get filled as well. Looks like a magnet. Okay, you're getting
US copper stockpiles at 21-year high as tariff deadline looms.
Now we have a 2 buy arrows and a buy dot. Okay. Now the arrows, when they develop, any
Bank of Canada sees firms moving to compliance with the USMCA on 95% of goods.
The candle that the indicators show up on has to close for the location of that arrow to be established. So you can see that the white arrow started to come out, but the candle is still developing. So it's waiting for the candle to finish.
NQ Extreme.
For it to
MACD
fully
Momo
paint
Cross
permanently that white arrow. So we got to wait to see what happens. Now here's your pullback. Hopefully it stays blue, and then we get a bounce. If the candles turn yellow or red, we are not going to go long.
NQ Bear Stacker.
That's a pretty good sell.
Mach 4. Fox 2.
NQ Bear Stacker.
Into a range, even more of a range.
NQ Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Bear Stacker.
See,
NQ
the next
Extreme.
news is at 7:30 EIA crude oil inventories and Bank of I think it's Canada press conference with Macklin. 10 o'clock, Trump is signing some congressional stuff. And then at 11 Pacific Standard Time, we have the FOMC statement, followed by the FOMC press conference 30 minutes later. Okay, so now we've turned yellow. So I'm not interested in buying. I want it this 2 week for me. I want to see what's going to happen. While we're around this point of control, I'm going to go get a refill on my hot tea. I'll be right back. Looking for some kind of impulse move to start a reaction up or down. Matt, feel free to guide if something happens while I'm gone.
Okay. Yep. Copy that.
ES Bear Stacker. ES Bull Stacker.
ES is kind of getting some momentum behind it, which is a good sign. We know we're supposed to make a high coming up here, so hopefully the ES is foreshadowing some NQ momentum to the upside.
All right, I'm back. Little impulse move down there, huh?
Yeah, still just kind of choppy. I was saying though, the ES is starting to build some good solid momentum. If you look at the stacked lines that it has, so it might be foreshadowing a move to the upside here on the NQ.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna start legging into longs here. They just sold them to buy them. Okay, we got a lot of fair value. Look at all these fair value gaps up here. Look at this big fair value gap over here on the 1 minute chart. And we have more liquidity above us, so I'm legging into longs. The ES, a little bit stronger than the NQ. You can see the liquidity above us. So the ES just had its first touch of the 6 with a blue line. So we're using that for confluence. So I'm actually going to leg into the NQ here, just tiny, like 2 micros. You can see the bid protection and the aggression, a little more blue down here on the ES chart. Okay, it's a little more buying going on. This starts turning more blue. If the aggression of the buys turns a little more blue down here, that'll be a good sign. We've got positive cumulative delta. Well, we have an upward sloping MACD Momo line, momentum indicator line here. It's blue. If we can get back above this base cloud, that would be good. Remember, the base cloud is kind of the, call it the base. It's the baseline. It's the core. Above that's more bullish. Below it's more bearish. So we haven't sold off, but we have been kind of consolidating below. We have made so far, a higher low. I'm going to draw a line from here to here. So we have an upward trending price movement.
Fox 2.
Now we need to break out of this wedge. Going with the philosophy that we have an AM high, I'm buying the dips at this point in time for a move higher. We could be wrong, but all we're doing is using all of our confluence indicators to tell us
Guns Cloud.
the best
MACD
odds
Momo
of
Cross.
what may happen. Now we got blue arrow, buy dot, and the guns cloud is green, so indicated by a white arrow. So basically you can think of it as buy arrows, momentum's moving up.
NQ extreme.
Now the reason I got in down there is because I didn't want to miss it. This did not give us a full pullback to the 4 and 6, but we had the 4 developing and we'd already had it over here on the ES. This is why I like the confluence between the ES and the NQ. You could see it developing at first and early on the ES. So that's why I have 3 charts up at all times, because sometimes the NQ is the leader, sometimes the ES is the leader. In this case, the ES was leading the indication, and it helped me get in earlier on the NQ trade. So now you watch the NQ. If you want a discounted price entry, you look for the pullback between the 4 and the 6, a fractal to indicate that we've bounced away from that ATR, and then you buy it. We are still not that far from the price control. I'm still not legging in with a lot of size because I don't trust it completely. I'm just legging in with a few micros here and there. Now there's your fractal. Buy that right now on the NQ. You buy that and you put your stop right below the 6th line. Then as you move up, you leg out some on the way up. Get your 8 points, 10 points, whatever it is. Save one. Save one micro. Okay, don't get out of all of it. Try to hold one here. You put your stop down below this 6 for your last micro. Or your last lot, whatever you have. It's still going to be a little choppy today, I think, just because of the Fed and we're still around the point of control. Hopefully we get enough volume to break out away from this point of control right now. So if you're somebody that buys like 20 lots, you could leg out of like 4 right now.
NQ extreme.
And then every time you kind of make a big impulse move up, you leg out a little bit more. Here we are hitting the vol trigger and the fair value gap. So maybe you take off one more. Again, this all depends on the number you have. But right now I'm telling you, if you only have 2 or 3, you hold one of them. You hold one of them for quite a while now. You don't let it turn into a 50-point trade. Stefan, are you still in here? You have to go.
He might be on his conference call.
Gracia.
Yeah, it's great when you can see the foreshadowing.
Yeah. Did you follow everything I was just talking about, Gracia?
She's on the phone with me.
Okay, did you guys understand what I just talked you through?
Yeah, actually, that's what we were just talking about.
So yes, you understood it or no?
Yeah. No, we do.
That buy spot right there, did you get that?
Okay, so, Gracia, let me hang up with you. Gracia. Okay, so I use like a 921 crossover. My 9 matches up with your 4 every time, but with you, I don't understand anything about market structure though, right? So sometimes I take losing trades. With what you're talking about with the market structure, I had gotten in the trade at the exact same time because you were talking about the market going up and the fractal showed up at the same time I popped into the trade.
Yeah, well, all I want is to make sure you understand what I'm saying for my charts.
Yep,
so that,
I do.
So that you can understand how my system works so that you're profitable using the system.
Yep.
I am getting there. It's a lot to process, but I'm understanding what you're saying. I just need to practice, right?
Yeah, well, that's any system, right? But look, premium trade setup. We just talked you through a fantastic trade that now is from the entry of that 6. Okay, we're already at 34 points, and we're going to keep going. This is why we're patient. This is basically, I just want you to understand how we're patient to see the right indication that we want, and then we pounce. We told you that we were going to have an AM high, okay?
MACD
the
Momo
start
Cross.
of the day before it ever happened. We said we're looking for an AM high. 75% chance AM high. And that's what we're getting in right now. Pavel, did you get in on some of that? Ty?
That's great. It's okay.
All right, good. Now, second touch of the pivot.
MACD Momo Cross.
Second touch of this IB high. We better be able to break out above it.
NQ extreme.
So now you want to have your last stop be below the 10. You do not want to let it have a stop too tight. You want to leave a little bit of room for to breathe. We're finally starting to break away. Just having a little bit of pullback here. Do not stop out of your last lot.
I got to get out of here, though. I got to get to work. Okay. I should have left him. Right. Thank you, though.
Yep.
I am green, so good luck, everybody.
All right. See you, brother.
See you.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
ES has liquidity. If we can get above the 64.20 liquidity, then it's 64.25 above that. ES is liquidity kind of between 520 and 535, and then a little bit more up at 560. I suspect we hit the
ES discount.
535 for sure.
Honestly, this 420 zone is going to be really important. If we can break through this 420, I think it's got enough room for another 10 points on the ES.
Let's go.
Because we got liquidity all the way up to 64.30.
Yep.
And above that, there's like nothing. So hopefully that'll be...
I just hope they actually break out and we're not stuck in a range.
I know. I'm trailing just below the 6. I'm not giving it to the 10 personally. That's just personal preference.
So I think it comes to how many lots you have. Like I put on like 25 lots down here. So for like, you know, 5 of them, I'm going to keep below the 10. For maybe 10 of them, I'm going to keep below the 6, right? So I've already legged out.
Yeah.
I've already legged out of 10. I actually had 27 because I legged in down here on this buy. So I had a total of 27. So I've legged in. So now I got 14 left. So I'll put some of them right here, and then I'll put some right here. And that's how I leg in and leg out, because I want to keep a runner. I don't have anything I'm wanting to sell, so I don't really want to sell it down. So now it's about maintaining a position. It may breathe a little bit, right? We are choppy. We are a summer day, so it doesn't have as large of impulse moves.
ES
So
bull
you got to give
stacker.
a little bit of room to at least one of your micros.
Yeah.
If you want to catch a 50-point trade. Or you can get out, and then if it comes back above the 6 line, you buy it again if it stays put. So that's the other thing you can do on that. You can put your stop right here. We come down to the 10, comes off the fractal, you buy the 10 again.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, was like, you know, because I've been just legging in, you know, just a little bit over time, you know, because I'm trying to be really mindful of my average, because like I can get a good average like immediately when they turn blue. I went in with 1 micro. When it pulled to the 4 and 6, I added my second, and then as it broke above, I added my third, and then I've got just 2 left at this point.
That's a great way to leg in.
Yeah. But it's like, it's hard because if I went ham on the fractal breakout, you know, above the 10 and threw on like 15, it's going to bump my average like way up. So that's what I've been trying to be more mindful of.
Have you ever seen the concept of pyramiding in?
I don't know if I've
It
heard of
could be
that.
like a good next logical step.
Say that again, Vermisi. I'm sorry. What about pyramiding in?
So there's a concept called pyramiding in. It's like, for example, if you were to
it's a legging
like
in
right now. Yeah. So like normally, and right now what I do is I do like one at a time. I'll do one, and then I'll add one, and then I'll add one, and then I'll add one. But there's like the next logical step is you like start with 4, let's say, right? And then when you add 3, and then when you add again, you add 2, and then when you add again, you add 1. So you're like getting smaller and smaller as you leg in.
Yes, that is a very, very important concept actually, because you don't want to buy 3 down here, 20 right here, and then it reverses.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Very, very important concept. That's a great point.
Okay. So it's just basically like legging in, except on the reverse, where you're just reducing, you're going ham from the beginning, and then okay.
There's totally different ways to do it. So like, you know, here we saw that the ES had already bounced off at 6, right? It was blue up here, so it was already showing its hand. So like I added in on the pullback to the
MACD Momo Cross
ES chart, which was this buy dot on the NQ. I did like 3 micros here, I think. Then it popped up here. Then it came down. I did another like 20, 25. Because now I want the bulk of the base of the pyramid to be at my premium setup location. So this one right here, right, was price discovery on the ES. Sorry, the NQ. Right? Price discovery. Here is premium trade entry, the bulk of the pyramid legging in.
Yeah.
I'll leg out some here, and then what I do It's because I legged out, put money in my pocket up to here. When we pulled back here, now I legged in for me like another 3 to 5.
Got it. Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah.
Because
So
I
then
legged
for
out, but I know it's going up. Look, I got so much confluence. Navdar's told us. The cycle
Yeah.
that we trust every single day has told us. The technical analysis has told us. Everything's told us going up. So price discovery, bulk of the pyramid entry, legging out, pull back since I've already legged out, padded my pockets. I add a little bit more to my core.
Yeah. Okay.
NQ
That makes
extreme.
sense.
NQ
Yeah, that's
extreme.
actually okay. Yeah, I'm tracking now. That makes sense.
Sorry if I haven't explained that better.
No, it's just because there's so many different ways to skin the cat, right? On legging in, and I think it's hard because if you have a really good setup, you might leg in slightly different than if it was just kind of like an average day. Like I would say my leg ins are more conservative today than they were yesterday, just because of the range, right? So it's day by day. There's not like an exact science, but that makes sense on the pyramiding side of it, where it's start and then just kind of slowly scale yourself in. So like when you put those four or five on at the fractal pullback to the 6, your targets, are they all the same? Like, are you hitting 5 lots immediately and they all have the same, or is that where you have the the order bracket where it's like 5, 7, 10, etc.?
No. When I'm doing that, I'm using a bracket order with like a 25 point
discount.
target up here, so that I don't get stopped out right away. Especially like this. Like look at market internals.
Yeah.
Market internals are climbing to the highs of the day as we're moving up, right?
Yep.
We're finally breaking out above the ace high here. We know we have an AM turn, so I want to be able to hold some up here. So I don't want to make it too tight. So
right.
Once I start, and it depends. Sometimes I will use the 5, 8, 10, 12, 15 bracket even when I add. It's going to be dependent upon how many I'm adding and what core do I still have left.
Yeah.
So when I added here, I still had 14 left, and then I come down and I add another 5. So my add is not larger than my core, okay, which lines up with that pyramid technique that Bermesia was explaining.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So your adding is never larger than your core.
That's right. Well, I won't say never. I won't say never.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
But what I used to do all the time was, everybody would say add to your winners and cut your losers and add to your winners, right? Let your winners run.
Yep.
Add to winners, don't add to losers. So for a long time, I'd be like, I got in because I was scared. So I'd go like 2 or 3 here, and then it moved up, and I'm like, okay, that was a really good move. And then I'd like add 10, and then it reversed for a pullback. Right?
Yep.
So that's what crushes you. So doing what we just said is how you stay alive with that. But again, it kind of depends on how many you're starting off with and what your account size will let you do. If you only have an account size you can do 3 to 5, it's a little bit harder to do what I taught. I still like to do price discovery. I always have. You guys always hear me say I'm doing a little price discovery because I want to get in, because if this does do impulse move up like this, that's 21 points. I don't want to miss 21 points. Right. Before it comes pulled back to my side, because I had other indications to help me have confluence to say that we were going up. So I just like I said, price entry, core trade, biggest amount of lots, leg out, still hold a pretty good core. My core is like 10 to 15 here. I'm going to do like 5 more here, and then I'll keep legging out on the way up.
Yep.
Then if we start to roll over, I'll get out. If it starts saying, it's just getting weaker, maybe I'll leg out more. Maybe I get down to 3. Then I leg it, pull down to the 10. If we bounce off the 10, maybe I'll add 10 more because it got a bigger pullback.
MACD Momo Cross.
Well, and that's interesting. That's a good way of doing it too, because then if you get the core position on when it does pull back to the 6, you're still going to get a much better average fill entry anyway. Because like again with the fractal, when it bounces, if you wait for the fractal as opposed to just entering as your first entry on that fractal, if you've already legged in, your average is going to be kind of like midpoint of the of the fractal.
Yep.
So then your average is closer to the line rather than, yeah. Okay, that's eye opening. I'm glad we had this discussion.
Good.
That's good.
Okay, now look, I wanted to explain something else. Price came from below to above.
Mm-hmm.
Candles turned blue with a buy dot as we were coming up. What do we do after price comes from below to above? We buy the first fractal.
First fractal between the Fox 3 and the Eagle.
Yeah. Well, I buy two things, Burmisia, okay? I buy for me personally, I buy the very first fractal because on a power move, it's not going to come back to the Fox 3 wide ray. So I buy the very first one, and then I buy the second fractal between Fox 3 and Eagle. But what I don't want to do is if it's a power move, and we're, like here, you're not going to probably get something to pull back all the way to the Eagle in this case because we've been consolidating for so long. Now we're probably going to finally break out. So I want to make sure I get at least the first pullback. This was pretty close to Fox 3, but it wasn't Fox 3. But I'm still willing to take it. And if you want to wait for another point, then this buy dot should have told you to get in here. Now let's just look.
Yeah.
Let's look on this chart here on iSnipe where that occurred. Let's put on the chart value global cursors. Okay, so right here is that fractal, and that matches with this exhaustion star fractal on the 6 right here. Okay, so here was your initial, your second touch of the 6, but here was another pullback that you're going to be like, I'm adding right here. So this is where you'd want to add. Exhaustion star, fractal, buy dot, blue arrow, move back up. Star, exhaustion star, fractal, buy dot, blue buy arrow on blue candles. Now you got new 4. Candles are staying blue, still bullish. We're not scared yet. Not scared of anything yet. Now, let's take it further, just more technical analysis. Series of higher lows. And what does it make it look like when you start seeing that? Once I see 2 in a row, I like to draw a trend line. Okay, so now I draw a trend line, something like that. Or I could do it between this one and this one. All right, and as long as I stay in this area and above, I'm willing to buy the dips to go above. Here you can see this fractal to this fractal, so I'll draw a little line there. So on the 1 minute chart, I'll use that as something to help me stay bullish. If we break below that, then I'm going to assume we're going to come down somewhere between Fox 3 and Eagle.
Yep. Makes sense.
MACD Momo Cross.
Yeah, it looks like we're kind of getting some absorption with these volume spikes.
Yeah, a little.
Got a couple big ones here.
A little toppy here, but they've started to pull the liquidity on the NQ at 535. So whatever pullback we get, they'll probably buy it again and take us up to that 550, 560 area.
Yeah. Yep.
And look, we've already hit the 6 multiple times. So we know at some point in time, it's probably going to come down, hit the 10, and then finish and move up, right?
Yep.
Which is why, if I have like 25 lots like I started off, 25 to 30, whatever it was, I'm going to hold a couple because I'm going to keep a core thinking we're going to bounce here. So I've legged out, but I still want a core position from as low as I can get. Then I get a pull back to the 10. I'm going to add again. If it was closer to a turn point, a turn rotation, like from one cycle to the other, then I'd be more in line with just getting out and waiting to see if it pulls the 10.
Stacker.
I want to hold a core because I want a 50-point trade out of this. Okay, so we're hitting that trend line again. Market internals are still climbing.
Stacker. S bear stacker.
Let me say one more thing. When we get into real uptrends or downtrends, right? And it's a buy the dip type day. And the
Momo
days
Cross.
that are the buy the dips is like a day like today when it turns into a wedge zoom, and a day like when we have the, the S3 buy the dip day. So a lot of times what I'll do is I will look at the color bars. Okay, so this gets like a lot of spaghetti on the wall, but just follow me here for a second. If you keep having these lines stay below us and they keep ratcheting, 4 ends. The 6 stays together. What happens here? We get a new 4 on top of the original 6, okay? This is almost like a reset. So if the candles came down here and turned green and they broke through this bearish 4 line with blue candles, that's bullish indication. So then I end up getting a new bull 4 line on top of the existing 6 that we already pulled back. So then this, as long as it stays blue, is another area that you can now buy because you're getting a first touch, first pullback to a new 4 in a very bullish stacked ITS line environment.
NQ extreme.
Does that make sense?
NQ extreme.
Yep,
So if
absolutely.
you want to micro trade, you could go, 2 here, leg out, 2 here, leg out, 2 here, leg out. Green, green, blue, green, but I got a buy arrow. Now if it goes blue, maybe I go 2 more because I've turned back from green to blue and I'm staying above my trend line. So I will snipe like this sometimes all day long. We're in a clearly bullish uptrend right now. We have a green, a blue fair value gap. The candles are all blue and green. Listen, green's not weak. Blue is bull stacker. Green's just bull. If it goes back from green to blue, then the moving averages are telling you we're going back into a bull stacker, the strongest power move you can have from a moving averages point of view. I come back to a little bit of green. I'm staying above my trend lines. I turn back blue again. I might leg in 2 just in case it goes up to target 2 here. If I legged in here, let's say I had a core of 2, I added 2, I have a total of 4. Now my stop is below this arrow for at least the 2 I just bought. If I break below this because it's going to come back to the 10, I'm going to keep my original 2 core I had left. I'm going to leg out of the 2 that I just bought because I was just trying to snipe the bull stacker environment. If it comes against me, I'm going to get out of 2. I'm going to hold 2. Then we'll see what happens at the 10 and I may add again. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a good way of looking at that too, because it's hard because it's at times you don't want to add when it's too high in the sky because you're like, well, if I add, I'm gonna get dropped out. But that doing that, and we've talked about this before, where you go from bull 4 to bear 4 to bull 4, and you just buy it, when it retraces back into it. But that is a good kind of way of looking at least a little bit more of a scale in.
Yeah, because sometimes what is it going to do when it turns blue again? Maybe this is going to be the time that it's going to go up another 30 points, right? So I'm willing to take, if I got a core already, even if I didn't have any, I would buy this new first 4.
Yep.
I might even do 1 if I didn't have anything and just say maybe 2, and I still put a stop below the bottom of the arrow. As long as it stays above that, I'm good. If it comes below, okay, I lost what, $10? But if it goes up 40 points, then I just made $100 because I want to get in. I want a price discovery. And then again, if I have 4 total and I just bought 2 here, put my stop underneath the arrow because it goes up or I'm done with the trade. It doesn't. I'm out on 2. I'm holding 2. My dollar cost average is still way down here. So even if it pulls back to the 10, I have core 2 without taking a loss. And I've already legged out of 10 to 15 already, or 3/4 of my lots. So because I don't want to miss bull environments like this. So I want to keep getting in to try to maximize what I can get. So that's why these arrows and these color bars help out, because you can get back in with 1 or 2 and still end up making another 50 to 100 bucks if it moves up here to target 2. Now, from that bull 20 power stack, what's our target? The 45.
6 ATR.
So the 45, and then you got target 2 above this and the daily half candle line. So really, this is kind of our little target zone on the ice knife that we're looking for right now. Some point in time, we might get that little pullback down to the 10. Keeping that in mind, especially if we start getting toppy up here and we start seeing fractals all in the same location. So now we know this is kind of the zone that we need to be able to break out of, because this is where all the wicks are with the fractals. It might take a pullback to the 10 or to the Fox 3 or Tiger Shark to give us enough momentum to be able to actually go finish the move. Now we're kind of running out of a little bit of time here. If it's a normal rotation day, got another 15 minutes. I still think we have a chance to get up there. But because we still have another 15 minutes,
ES
I'm
bear
fully expect the
stacker.
potential to have one more pullback. Now, what's interesting is look at the candles on the NQ, the ES. They've turned red. They look at the ES chart. The ES chart is no longer having an upward trend. It's actually in a very slight linear regression retracement consolidation move down, because look at all
ES
these
bear
highs,
stacker.
right? This is a series of lower highs. On the NQ, it's not that way. We're still in a linear regression up. So we're getting a little bit of divergence between the two. So now I'm like, we're going to get a pullback to the 10 all of a sudden.
And also on a 133 tick chart on the ES, we're hitting the bear 75 line. So I don't know if you've got, yours is higher than mine, but I've got a bear 75 at 420, which was that zone that we were kind of talking about before.
Yeah, for whatever reason, with the difference of the data, it's a 60 line for me.
Yeah. We do have a 1-lot sell ice on the ES that came out. Wanted to at least get to that 45.
I think we
At least tag that.
You're just going to get a little consolidation pullback. There's no way we're not going to go hit that liquidity. They've pulled all the liquidity above us on the ES. We got that liquidity now at 550. We're going to go to 550. And quite honestly, I think we come up here to the possible high eventually. 584. Okay, it's good to see the confluence of the ES. We see that we're starting to roll over. This is where we're going to probably get that pullback. This is something between Fox 3 and Eagle. Which is interesting also, just, I know we have a lot of indicators, but look at the pulling and stacking on the ES. It's gone all red. Look at the cumulative delta bid ask on the ES, on the NQ. As it has still continued to go up, look what's happened to the buying. It's decreased. Look at what's happened to the momentum indicator. It rolled over. It's not diving, but it did roll over. It peaked up here at this high. So we're doing a little pullback. There's your Fox 3 long.
NQ extreme.
As we're talking. Did you get that, Bermesia? Did you buy that right on that buy dot? I just bought it. I was late because I was talking.
Yeah, I grab it when it hits the line.
Okay, good. Fox 3, first touch. Got to take it. So that was a pullback to the 10 on the ES. Linear regression down. All this was a bull flag. Okay? On the ES chart. Just a bull flag. The linear regression down is the flag. Now we bounce off the 10 over here. We bounce off the Fox 3 over here. This is why I like having the confluence of all three charts. Now let's go get our target up here. 45 line, I am going to lay out a little bit just because it is one of our targets, but I have enough to lay out there and still be okay with having more to run. So for me, I had 3 left because I started legging out because we're rolling over a little bit. And I just bought 10 more on the Fox 3. So I have a total now of 13. So I'm going to leg out some on the 45. And then I'm going to hold the rest until we get up to the target. Gracia, are you following us?
ES Bull Stacker.
Yes, I am.
So this was what we call a Fox 3 long.
Right. I took it right there.
Okay,
so I just don't know how to add contracts and you say leg in, leg out. That's kind of new for me. I'm kind of confused there.
Okay.
But I'm in the trade and I'm super green.
Okay, good. So we'll have another little education set on legging in and legging out later.
You break out. I couldn't hear the last thing you say.
I said I'll do more education on legging in and legging out at another time for you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Now it's a patience game. We're slowing down, but we got more room to go. So just be patient. Trail. Your stop should be below this Fox 3 for the most of them. The NQ never pulled back to its 10 yet. I'm always a little cautious of once we hit like a 45 or this target of some kind of little flash move down. So just be heads up. So you got to stop. You know, you've legged in a couple stops so that you can capture profits. If it does come down to the 10, you don't want to give it all the way back. But keep one core stop below the 10 in case we go up another 20, 30 points. This is the environment where we could keep doing that.
ES discount.
Okay, when you guys have a chance, please go into the YouTube and say hi just so we get people watching the video knowing that there's other people in the room besides me and Matt. YouTube channel, Impact Trading System. And give me a thumbs up like, please. Everybody should give me a thumbs up like. Just we got to increase the analytics on YouTube.
Yeah, and make sure to hit the hearts and emoji
ES
stuff in the
Bull
chat.
Stacker.
Yeah, subscribe. If you're not subscribed, hit the like, and then whatever else you can do in the chat.
ES Bull Stacker.
All right, let's keep going. Come on. Come on. nice to have one of those spikes where it goes up this time. They already did a down spike. We get an up spike now.
Yep.
So when I look for impact trading, YouTube, is the one that have like a guy smiling with some candles behind him? Is that the one?
ES Bear Stacker.
No, it's just
No.
impact trading system.
Impact trading system.
Yep. Yeah, IMPACT.
NQ Extreme.
There's a link, Gracia, in the About Us section, About Impact Trading section in Discord. If you go to that, there's a link to the YouTube channel from 17th of February 2025. If you click on that link, it'll take you right to the YouTube channel.
NQ Extreme.
Do you see that link I'm talking about in Discord? Okay, getting that pullback. Let's see how far we go. We did hit buy target 2, right? You said you got a leg out up there. Now we'll see what happens when we pull back between the 6 and the 10 here. If you have a core position from way down here, you can afford to hold it. Whatever you do, do not take a loss or give away all your profits, because you can always buy it again, like we talked about. The confluence between the 45 line and the buy target 2 was really good. So this is our pullback. Good place to take a good bit of profit. And now we're going to see what happens to the 10. The ES is turning red. NQ's turning yellow. I would not allow your stop to be much more below this because the color bar changes. So for me, I'm putting my stop at this yellow line personally.
And it's 8 o'clock.
Yeah, and we're, just like we said.
Yeah, that's the thing. Mm-hmm.
We could be getting that rotation. Now, I'm not getting out of all mine because I have got such a low entry point. I'm not willing to get out of everything yet. But now that we're getting this 4 and 6, I'll probably buy this bounce. I'll leg out, and then I'll probably keep a much tighter stop. I wouldn't buy this if I was
Guns Cloud.
unless you're really good at managing your position.
The other thing too is the ES is having a bow tie effect right now going on. So just another word of caution, and it's already hit its opposite side of that red guns cloud.
Yep, right there.
Yep. So
ES
just cautious. Maybe it does bounce up, but I don't know if it's going to go up to like the 50s now. Maybe it does. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I personally added right here just because I got the fractal on the buy dot. Now I'm legging out at the opposite 4-6. So I leg out some here, and then I'm going to hold runners just in case we can continue to go.
Guns Cloud.
I don't like this rolling over, so I'm legging out of like, my stop is now at this fractal on all remaining ones. If we go below that, I'm out. I'm done.
Sure.
We have sell indication here. I'm just not willing to sell it quite yet because we've been in such a bullish mode. And if we are in a wedge zoom, then this is only a pullback. So we would have to break this for me to be more worried. If we break that, then I would say that this uptrend is over for at least the short term. Now you're getting a first touch on the 6, but it's not red. So I'm still not fully convinced. Again, my stop is right below this fractal on all remaining ones. I only have a few left. Right, so
MACD
I'm
Momo
flat.
Cross.
Indications are that it's definitely weaker. So again, I'm still worried about it just being a pullback. I'm going to sit on my hands for a second. I'm not going to sell this area. I might be wrong, and it might just start going.
NQ
But I want to
extreme.
make sure.
NQ extreme.
MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
Fox 2.
MACD Momo Cross.
If you're really good at the system, you could have sold that very first red fractal right there if you were not long still. I personally was long, so I was just waiting to see if we broke this low. If I hadn't been, I would have sold this first fractal right there. Very small, in case it was just a pullback that we bounced from, but that it was a short. Now, we got to be careful about this becoming a 15 eagle trade, okay? A 15 line pullback with it bounce off an eagle to have a pretty good reaction up. Be very careful about shorts. You do not want to get caught on an eagle 15 if it's going to start
MACD
spiking
Momo
up.
Cross.
Be patient. Let's see what happens. Buy dot with exhaustion star on the ice snipe. Fractal on the eye structure. I'm legging in just a little bit in case it is a eagle 15. It's going to be small because the candles are red. But if it gives a normal eagle 15, eagle 20 type bounce that we're used to, then I want to join that.
MACD
It's
Momo
also
Cross.
50% retracement too.
Oh, good call. Yeah, we haven't even drawn that. Jeez. Yeah, good call. Eagle 50, ATR 15.
Fox 2.
Okay, still be patient. I legged in a little bit, but I'm willing to leg in all the way down to the 20. So you got to figure out if you're doing price discovery, what you're willing to either stop at or add to. I would not be scared unless we broke down below the Mustang Viper line down here. We see this all the time. First touch of this white basically, I call this Mustang Miner on the iSnipe chart. We see this happen all the time. First touch of Mustang Miner.
Fox 2.
Yeah, the other thing is that line up there at the opposite side of where that guns cloud is still going up, you know, up to flat kind of level.
You talking about this?
Which is good. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Fox 2.
So this is
Mac
the
D
dilemma
Momo
we
Cross.
have on Navdar. If we are in a wedge zoom, then this is just a pullback. If we are in the 5% chance we go into a rotation day, then this is the turn to the AM low. So we're still a little ginger here, not betting the farm fully on anything, but taking a good trade setup. So for me, this is a good long. Should bounce us up to at least the opposite 6. And if it wants to be kind of heavy and choppy, maybe it pulls back down to the 61.8 line and then with the Mustang here and then goes up. Let's watch price action. So far, we're getting a full bounce off of this eagle here. We should go to at least the opposite 6. Bear 6. This is called a eagle long. Gracia. Because you have confluence of a 50% Fibonacci, our eagle line, and then the 15 line area over here.
Okay.
So we got confluence between
Mac D Momo
both
Cross.
sides of the chart. This little area and this little area.
Okay.
Call this the Eagle 15 trade. Okay. And then when you add a Fibonacci to it, it gives more confluence. Now, market internals are starting to roll over a little bit more, so I'm a little more gun shy of this. But I'm not. So, like, maybe it pulls back to the 20. We'll see. I think it's just going to base somewhere in here and then come back up. Got a liquidity zone here as well. So hopefully we do bounce again.
Fox 2.
Come on, volume. Let's get some buy volume in here.
NQ Extreme.
Breaking that trade. So probably want to go flat unless you want to head down to here.
Mach 4.
Fox 2.
ITS 20.
Alright, so I'd give up on that trade idea for now because you don't want to take losses. It's not matching over here with our premium trade setup on the iSnipe. Got liquidity down here below
NQ
us.
Extreme.
I'm going to erase that Fibonacci zone because we know where it's at. pretty thick liquidity here at 64.05, the one that we hit like 4 or 5 times on the ES. Okay, I think we're going to go lower. So now, okay, red candles, and you pull back to the 6 or 10, we'll probably short again.
NQ Bear Stacker.
These kind of trades over here, you got to be a little ginger with if they don't match the ice snipe. They're a little bit counter trend trades. But a lot of times we'll get a continuation on a day that's what we call a wedge zoom. But that just defeated the wedge zoom scenario. The wedge zoom scenario would have said that we would have bounced here and continued up. That's not happening right now. All right, first touch of the 6. Okay. So I shorted that right there.
ES Bear Stacker.
Let's see if we can continue down. We got to break below this Falcon low with the body of the candle. If we break below this Falcon low price right here with the body of the candle, probably more downside. Overall on the day, we're in a very tight range, so it's not, this is not like huge. We're back to the point of control right now. So stick with good trades here on the ice snipe for now.
ITS 20.
Gotta be careful that the 20 doesn't act as a bounce spot. Needed to break down this next low, make another low. Come on. Go make another low so we get away from the 20 line. Get away from this Falcon. Please don't chop around the point of control. Your stops are up right at the 6 line here. Come on, break. Break hard. Come on. Flush, 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 flush. Flush.
ES3 me
Stupid point of control. Falcon line is going to act as support. Gotta break it.
ES3 me
Not convinced on shorts till we break this body of a candle below the Falcon line. Have a fair value gap right here. VWAP right above it. Maybe it wants to come bounce up it here real quick.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Okay, so now I'm looking for another place to short as long as the candles stay red. Let's see if we can fill some of these fair value gaps and then come back down and retest the low.
ES Bull Stacker.
right, we're gonna chop around this point of control. Doggone it.
I can't hear you if you're talking.
Sorry. I said one of the things we've got to learn in hindsight here from what we should have talked about is that when we came down here with our first close proximity touch of the eagle, we did bounce up into a fair value gap, 10 points. But that which was support, right,
ES bull stacker.
now became resistance in a pink cloud. So we rolled over, pretty good angling down. The lines are all angling down, all these moving averages. It's telling us its weakness. Market internals were all turning red. So we should have recognized a little bit more that when it hit that fair value gap in this pink line, we call this an ace line, that the resistance that was support becomes resistance. And then as soon as we got that sell dot, man, it just flushed. So now we're basing down here. So I would say our trade zone for the next move is in this bracketed area right here. If we can break above that, we could go up. If we come below here, we could drop back down. Again, I need to see a body of the candle come below this green, what we call ace line, and this falcon line. If we break below that much more, then we're going to keep going down. Now here's the first fractal after we cross below the base cloud. This is your first fractal to sell short.
ES bull stacker.
When price crosses from above the cloud to below the cloud, we sell the first pullback fractal, which is right here. So we sell this. Impulse move down, pull back up to the base of the cloud, sell it again to retest the lows. Pray they give us a new low
ES
so we
bull
get away
stacker.
from this point of control.
ES bull stacker.
Come on, come retest these lows and break.
ES bull stacker.
Okay, a little bit of reaction off the 4. This is important to determine whether we're going to make a higher low and go. Eight minutes until the European close. Market internals are still not looking that great, so I still think we have more room to go test down to the downside. Patiently waiting.
NQ extreme.
See what's going to happen now.
Mark 4.
When we get up to this area right here.
NQ extreme.
So far, two-way trading day on the Fed day. Kind of hoping we would have broken down. IDOT. Yes, it's turned blue. NQ's trying to.
Fox 2.
Okay, first touch of the 10 area up here. Not interested
Fox
in
2.
buying this blue yet. I want to see if we react back here. I personally have taken a very small snipe short off of this 10 line here. Small. In case they want to just keep going up. Just looking to play ping pong. Back down to the 6.
Fox 2.
Okay, first touch of Tiger Shark, this orange line here. I want to see if that would get a reaction off of that to retest down here to this opposite 6 line. I'm getting a little yellow, or sorry, orange exhaustion over extreme bot. Yeah, bot. Let's watch this. Got a little bit of liquidity here at 410 on the ES.
Fox 2.
Come on down to the 6.
Mark 4.
Come on, all the way to the 6.
ES discount.
All the way to the 6 bull line. Come on.
Fox 2.
Come on. Come on.
NQ extreme.
Come on. Okay, now leg out if you took that short. Put your stops up here at the 10 and hold runners to see if we're going to retest this lows and maybe break down more. This is our first touch rule of the 10. That is a short, just like I called out.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses cannot have...
ES bear
Okay,
stacker.
European close. They may be taking more profits into the close. So I'm hoping they drop more. We'll see. Okay, ES is turning red candles again. Got a little bit of liquidity down to 64.02. All the way down to 63.97. Got a red arrow. Let's go. NQ is turning red. Okay, all three charts have red candles. It's weakness. No longs for right now. Want to see what happens on this retest. Market internals are still weak. Still around the point of control. Could be choppy still. Got this 4 line up here. We could bounce up to the 4 and then finish making its move. Let's watch this. I'm still short from the 10 line up here. Come on, break down. You know you want to do it. Let's go. Shorts only for right now. Okay, there's European close. That was pretty weak. Like a nothing burger down here to the Falcon line. I want a candle to break the Falcon. That will confirm more downside. This is a very big support zone right here. We must break the body of the candle below this. It's the point of control. It's the Asia IB low. It's an ace line, which is a very big support for us, and a Falcon line. Got to break this with the body of the candle.
NQ extreme.
Go. Okay, now we're going to come down there. Let's go. If we can break this low, we got to break the low. Get bearish divergence. Got to break that low. If we do that, we're going to get a flush. If you didn't take the 10, this was your first pullback right here. Red fractal, first touch of the 4 with a 6 above it and a 10 above it. So this was a good short right here. Not a lot of support here below us other than this GAN support line right here. Come on, all we need up here is this one more low. If we do, I'm actually going to add to my short. But it's got to be a clear break. we've seen it before where it'll just bounce and bounce and bounce and develop some support. Wait for the body of the candle. We're not usually breakout traders, so I would only be adding if I was already short. Man, they're so close to breaking down. Let's go. Please don't bounce. Candles are still red. Got to break this liquidity zone here at 475 on the ES or the NQ. Buy ice just came out. They're trying to bid it up, but I don't think it's going to work. We'll see. Okay, buy ice just got taken. Come on, flush. It's a battle here.
ES Bear Stacker.
Buy ticks are coming in. It's important. Let's see. We break above the 6, and that trade short's probably over. I'm hoping we're just building up enough momentum that we can actually break the
NQ
low.
Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker.
Look at this old tight range we're in today.
ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ
Horrible.
Extreme.
Right at this gap fill, prior close on the ES. Just can't quite break it. Okay, that was the first touch of the 6 line here. See what we do when we come down to the 4. ES candles have turned blue. NQ has turned pink. So not as weak as they were. Wyckoff in this range here. Bummer. Bummer that we're stuck at the point of control at this point in time after the European close. Just lost all the volatility or all the volume from the Europeans. So that doesn't lead to having huge swings now one way or the other. Market internals are still rolling over and becoming weaker, so there's still a chance we could go break it. So my bias is still to the downside. Till the market internals start climbing.
ES Bull Stacker.
Every pull back to the lower side, NQ keeps getting bought with buy ice. They just took out the buy ice again. Leave some room to come down.
ES Bull Stacker.
Mach 4.
Mustang.
Little liquidity zone here at 500 on the NQ. If they can break above that and they break above the 6410 on the ES, we could go higher. So we're stuck in a range. 6410 to 6401 on the ES. 10-point range.
Guns Cloud.
Mustang.
Guns Cloud.
Okay, double arrow on the I structure chart with a buy dot over here. So maybe we come get the liquidity up here. Again, I'm not super interested in buying a lot. Maybe a little price discovery here and that's it.
Guns Cloud. Guns Cloud.
I actually care which way they go as long as we go one way and the other. We can get out away from this point of control again.
Fox 2.
Next line above us from a structural point of view to tag is the 512 area.
Mach 4.
Back up here where this
Fox 2.
fair value gap is. And
Mustang.
fair value gap is 15 line is here. See if we can get up there. So that might have been in a case, you know, where you're not clear which direction it's going to go, but you get two buy arrows and a buy dot. That is an automatic buy of at least 2 micros on this chart structure. So you always want to take 2 arrows and a buy dot, or 2 arrows and a sell dot, right here. And then you got to leg out quick because you don't know how long it's going to last. We could stay in this little tiny trading range.
Fox 2.
MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
Come on, if you're gonna go, break out, let's go. Let's go to that 512.
Fox 2. Mustard.
MACD Momo Cross.
Okay, that was the, I'm going to label this the AM low. Okay, right here. So now just looking predominantly from the NAVDAR time cycle, buy windows. There's a buy window now. With double bottoms off an AM low, some buying dips. Buying dips.
Fox 2. Fox 2.
I just put a picture in the daily trade notes that shows the range between liquidity on Bookmap.
Mach 4.
Yep, it's quite broad.
We're going to be held hostage till 11.
Yeah.
Fox 2. Mustard.
Well, I think we've identified that we're in the 5% cycle rotation, not a wedge zoom or a link stink.
Yeah, that's no surprise. Honestly, that's kind of what I expected would probably happen today.
Yeah.
There's also Microsoft and Meta has earnings after the bell.
Yeah. I was hoping it wouldn't be the case, but clearly it is.
Yeah.
So now the longs, okay, the long window goes till at least 10 o'clock, okay? We have upward pressure till at least 10 o'clock. All right, so we are at Gracia.
Yes.
Have you ever used the concept ATR, average true range, in relation to points per minute? Have you ever talked about that?
No. No.
Okay, so I'll have to show you this later too, but we always want to track how many points per minute we're moving, because how many points we're moving per minute dictates a lot of things. What kind of size we're going to put into a trade, what kind of stop, what kind of price targets are we going to have in our ATM strategy? You know, are we going to, if you're moving at a very low, small points per minute range, again called an ATR, average true range, then you may want to take, you know, if you get in a long, you might want to take points off at 3, 5, and 8 points. If you're moving fast, then you might move those targets out to 8, 15, and 20. Who knows? Okay.
Right. Okay.
Right now, we're only tracking at just barely 6 points per minute. Anything under 10
It's
points,
too slow.
yeah, it's really, really slow. And so
MACD Momo Cross.
we don't overtrade size, okay? And we leg out sooner and then still hold runners just in case, because if this was to continue going up, you know, maybe up to here, we'd want to keep able to ride it. Like if you bought right here at this double arrow circle, so far it's been really slow moving up. It has been slowly but surely up to 13 points, but maybe it's going to come up here and fill this fair value gap. So
Right.
maybe that takes us up to 18. So you still want to leg out a little bit, and then you want to trail kind of each of these fractals.
Okay.
So that if it does swing against you, you've got to capture the trade because it's going so slow. You want to make sure you do pad your pockets.
So you attach your trail to the fractal?
Yeah, sometimes, depending on the situation, I'll trail the next fractal. Because, like, if you only did 3, right here, right? If you only took 3 right here, let's look where this is. Let's take off. Okay, right here, right? This buy dot in this double arrow, look where it is over here. It's at the very first blue fractal buy dot on this chart.
Right.
So there's confluence between both charts right now. But we're moving so slow that it could come back down here and pull back to the 6. So
Yes.
I want to trail these fractals to make sure I keep my profit because it's such a small range and we're moving so slow. Then if it pulls back and bounces off the 6, maybe I buy it again, but I want to maximize profits when I'm going this slow. So
makes sense.
I'll trail each fractal to make sure I keep the money in my pocket. I don't want to give it away. Even if it's $100, I want to keep it.
Right. Well, $100 in the micro is a lot.
Yeah. We're up against that liquidity zone I showed a picture of. Hopefully we break out of it, have a chance to move up more. We got another hour of upward pressure. Might be very slow. Might give us several pullbacks. But again, I'm still buying the dips. Leg in, leg out. Raise your stops. If you get stopped out, pulls back again, you get in again.
MACD Momo Cross.
Okay, we had a little climb up. We pulled back down. Now, you don't really understand how to trade the chart on the right, but price is now crossed back above the base cloud. Okay, we had a pull back to the first fractal. You buy that. Now we came up here, had a little pull back now to this next line in order here. These grouping of lines are acting as support. Then we got a buy dot. Now we just came and filled this fair value gap. So now you got to leg out a little bit and then hold a runner.
NQ Extreme.
Today is two-way trading around the point of control. That's all it is. Two-way trading. Buy the lows, sell the highs. Stay in alignment as best as you can. We're just S turning. Look at this. We're just snaking up, down, up, down, up, down. Looking for us to get into some kind of wedge like this. If we break above this fair value gap and make a new high, then that wedge is done. So let's see what happens if we get any kind of wedge built up here.
NQ Bull Stacker.
Breaking through all that volume. Next volume liquidity zone above us on the NQ is up at 550. Okay, back to that original 550 liquidity zone we saw right up here. I suspect that's where we go at least. At least. So here's an example of how I have a runner left. Okay, one runner, it's all. I'm going to take a picture. Just showing how I hold on to one runner whenever capable, whenever possible. They just head faked us down to a double bottom and then it's just thin to win right back up. Jerks.
Still have that big 550 band up there.
Yep. Let's go get it. We're going to make a new high. These are the ones where you don't get in, you miss out on the trade.
ES discount.
Be off the mic for 1 second. Any pullback, I'm looking to buy again.
ES discount.
As long as we stay green.
So as long as it
ES
stays
stacker.
green in the pullback, we buy in the white thing in the 4, the yellow line here.
I'd probably wait till the 6. Like
At the
blue.
6. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's losing control over it. Yeah, I got this. Battery behind it. So our things are beat.
NQ extreme. ES bull stacker. ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull Stacker.
All right, I'm back. What'd I miss? Pull back to the 6 here?
Yeah, it's still just a grind up. Still have the liquidity at 550. Sorry. Still just, yeah, it's that slow, long grind up to a high.
Yeah. That's what we're going to get on Fed Day. Nice and slow. Keep the status quo.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be fireworks at 11 now.
Yeah. Like to see this 20 line give us a pullback to the 10, at least to the 6, and then go up more. Hopefully they give us a little bit deeper pullback. Oh, sorry, that wasn't even a pullback to the 6. That was just a pullback to the 4. Wow. Some rules in here, Gracia, is the 20 line normally likes to give you a pullback to the opposite 6. And in faster moving environments, it'll give you a pullback to the 10. So if you were to short the next line in order, like, because I told you we have rules about shorting each new line. So we'll climb up here, have a little resistance. You could short it if you wanted to. You would leg out at the opposite 4. You would leg out at the opposite 6. You'd hold a runner to see if we go to 10. Then if you've got a fractal anywhere in here between the 6 and the 10, you might consider buying it back up to finish this move.
Got it.
So
Thank you.
I'm waiting for a pullback again. I'm hoping, sometimes they don't give us anything more than the 4, but I'm hoping that this 20, because it's so slow, will give us a pullback somewhere between these two areas that I can buy again. I hope it just doesn't go without us, thin to win with no pullbacks.
Right. Okay.
Nobody can predict exactly what the market's going to do, right? We make a game plan. We know the game plan is for AM high to finish around 10 o'clock. So we know that we're going to be, in general, having this kind of movement till about 10-ish. So now we just look for places to buy to continue to move up in our NAVDAR up cycle, okay? I talk about NAVDAR a little bit in the About Us section, so you can read a little bit more about that. But again, we get cycles that we know that the algorithms that Wall Street uses are, and we have a roadmap pretty much every day that gives us kind of a range of up or down cycles based off of what those algorithms do. Then inside of those algorithms, we find places to buy and sell. So again, for this example,
I need to take a little break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, see you. $5 points per minute right now, guys. This sucks. I don't think we're going to get a pullback to the 10, man. Maybe the 6.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty strong. At least just steady, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pure thin to win to the upside.
ES discount. ES discount.
I'm back.
Okay. We're just still thin to win to the upside.
I see that.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Okay, coming up on this liquidity zone 550. Let's see if we can break above it.
That's a really good long. Can you imagine if we got up to R1?
Oh yeah, I think we're going up there, dude.
Yeah. Let's go.
It's slow, but I think that's where we go. This is our sweet spot right here.
That would be up around the bear 75 that I've got as well. So that'd be a really nice push up.
So if it comes to the 4, and I have the confluence, I get on a trade there, right?
Well, it already pulled back to the 4 here, right? Now you're pulling back to the 4 here. So the next line in order would be the 6.
I meant the 6, sorry, because it's already in the 4.
Yep.
Yeah, I meant the 6.
So somewhere
Okay.
between the 6 and the 10, we'd probably buy it again as long as the candles stayed blue.
Blue, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, we're already getting a little toppy here. So you do probably a smaller trade. But again, for you, you're only doing 3 micros at a time probably. So you could do 3 micros. But just wait to make sure it doesn't pull back to the 10.
Discount.
Okay.
Make sure you get a confirmed basing and reversal.
Okay.
NQ Extreme.
Sorry, I was drawing a picture. So there was your pullback to the 6 with a exhaustion star. Then you get the buy arrow here. So that's confirmation to try to go ahead and buy it up. Now we could chop up here for a little bit. Maybe pull back to the 6, but that was definitely worth taking a chance on 3 micros right there. Because you got 4, 6, 10 developed below you. First touch, first fractal pullback. Candle stayed blue. If we break this high, we could get a good volume spike to the upside. Come on, buy volume. Let's get above this daily half candle line. Give us a good volume spike. Break through this liquidity zone. Got to get through 550.
The buy stack's still pretty good on the ES. Still pretty strong.
Yeah. Almost 2 to 1.
Yep.
Come on. I'll pull back to the 10.
NQ extreme.
I think they heard me.
Yeah.
ES discount. ES discount. ES discount.
Come on, do not pull back anymore. Keep going up.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
It's interesting on another chart of mine, on my other instance, this is the full tag of the 6.
Yeah, on mine we never got to the 6 yet. My 6 is sitting at 529.
Come on, let's go.
ES bull stacker. ES bull stacker.
little bit of a hard time here at this liquidity zone. It's getting a little darker on the ES. I'm not liking this. Come on. And may come down to the 10. Not liking this third test.
Yeah, pretty tight on my stop, like right below the fractal. I'm just gonna let it take me out if it needs to. I'm not gonna chance it. We're gonna get a bow tie here real quick on the Guns Cloud.
ES Bull Stacker.
Come on. Buy it. I'm not giving up on it yet. It's still thin to win.
Guns Cloud.
We are officially in the slog. We're at 9:30 Pacific Standard. Okay, we're getting an arrow change. You're getting that. They better get a volume push really quick here, or we're going to get that bow tie effect.
Just that liquidity, if you look at it on Bookmap, it got substantially thicker and darker as it got close. It just
I don't
either
like that.
somebody's trying to take huge profits or they're positioning a short. One of the two.
Well, if they get some buy volume in here, they can start eating away at it.
There we get that flash spike out of nowhere.
Yep.
Still haven't been stopped out yet. Speedy following a fractal.
Come on.
Now it's getting really thick.
All right, I'm out. I'm gonna let it see what happens. I don't know. It could bounce again, but I'm just not risking it. Could just be Wyckoff in here with this being the lower range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then it's like, do you want to sit in it for 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Not really.
I still had some pretty good size on it, so I had to get out of some. I couldn't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
If I was a little smaller, I would have stayed in. I'm going to watch this very closely.
I mean, if you look at it now, I mean, there's two levels of 213. So you got almost 500 sitting in that if you factor in above and below.
Yeah. Well, you got that lower
It's a lot.
at 64.16 is pretty thick too. So if we come down and bounce off that one more time, we could then shoot up.
Yeah, that is true. Still nearly 700 orders on above it, 64.20. That 64.20 level's been a pretty big level today. I wonder what they said.
All right, getting double arrow rollover with the Guns Cloud. I'm definitely out. See what happens with this pullback, maybe to the 10.
Yeah, 64.11 is the fuse line, or the Raptor line. Yeah, I'm out.
I hope they just pull back and give it to us at the 10 and then bounce from there again. Wow, I'm looking at some of those waves on the West Coast. They're pretty big.
Are they? I haven't even seen any images yet.
Yeah, from that tsunami warning.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
So I haven't watched the news in a while. What are you talking about? What's going on with the weather in the West, you say?
There was a
Tsunami, you say?
there was an earthquake off of Russia, but
Oh,
it created a tsunami waves hitting Hawaii and part of the West Coast. That's how big it was.
oh my God. Ooh. I hope it's just uh well, I just nothing happened there because that would be really bad. Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
It would be really bad. Okay, we might be basing here just off of Fox 3, you guys. No shorts right now. The question is just legging into longs or staying in longs, legging into them. May get one more bounce. Really hope we do.
ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker.
Okay, getting a sell dot. I would not be in any longs anymore right this second. Might be short-lived, but just buy it again if you need to. You don't want it to flush on you.
ES Bear Stacker.
All right, so now we've got to lay out of any shorts you were in. If you did take any shorts by chance, and if you got out of your longs, now we got to watch to see where the bounce occurs. Got to see a basing. And the ES has turned red. And Q's turned green candles. We're at our first touch of the Fox 3 after price separation. But we did hit it down here. So we may pull back just a little bit deeper. Make him get this fair value gap.
MACD Momo Cross.
Nice thing about our system
MACD Momo Cross.
is if you get something like this with the 2 arrows and a sell dot, and you really prefer to be long, you can just get out for right now. We can always get back in. So it just saves you, you know, that loss right there. And then we'll just see what happens. They're pulling that lower portion of the liquidity that we've been bouncing off of. They're eating into it just a little bit on the ES from the picture I sent. Let's see if they start basing here off of Tiger Shark down to the Fox 2 area, anywhere in here. Now we're building the bear 4 and 6 above us. So we'll see if we bounce up to those and then see what happens at those. I suspect since it's 9:40, we're just going to start
MACD Momo Cross.
Have you heard of this revolutionary approach using stem cell support for your
I'm taking a very small long off the 10 in the Tiger Shark. For a bounce up to the opposite 4-6.
NQ Extreme.
Fox 2.
Okay, turned yellow. I'm out of that trade. ES is red. So I did price discovery, went against me, and I'm out that quick. Just didn't bounce. Now I'm going to see what happens here at IB high. Might be that we come down here, IB high, somewhere between this fair value gap and eagle, and then bounce. So let's watch for a confirmed turn.
Fox 2.
Did I see it bounce right off the IB high 15?
Yeah, so see we got a fractal here on this price target, which is it's a GAN level if you know anything about GAN, and the IB high, and we got an extreme dot, and it's the first touch of this yellow line. So I bought it again here. I didn't want to tell anybody else to buy it because I kind of hate having the ES be red and this being yellow, but I personally did buy this just to see if we get a bounce.
Okay.
I had a little volume spike there on that bounce up, but it needs to kind of build up a little bit more. Okay, so that 10 line bounced up to the 4, but was not able to get above it. So we got to watch this, see if we chop. So now our playground is the 4 and this bottom fractal. If we break above that fractal, we'll probably go up a little bit more. If we break down below this fractal, we're going to go down more.
ES Bear Stacker.
Okay, we need to come up and fill some portion of this pink zone. So hopefully we bounce up somewhere up in here. Even if it's a lower high, it's fine. We want to get up here somewhere. Freaking chop fest now. Gonna be like this for the next hour.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab some lunch here before the FOMC announcement, so I'll be off mic for a little bit.
Okay.
ES Bear Stacker.
I'm going to be off for the next 15 minutes, but I will be back, okay?
All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
Sure.
ES Bull Stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme.
start continuing to zigzag until the 11 o'clock hour. Came up here, had an exhaustion point, rolling down to the next
MACD
line.
Momo Cross.
I'm flat on longs again.
NQ Extreme.
MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull Stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
ES Bear Stacker. S bull stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Hi, I'm back.
All right, we just kind of been zigzagging like we said, filling in this top of this pink zone here. Hopefully going to come up here and break out. We just broke out of this trend line. We were in a little bit of a wedge. So we just broke out of the wedge, and I hope we go up a little bit higher. But getting kind of close to the Fed again. May not get up here until later. But that's where I think we go. Question is, can we get anywhere near there before the Fed meeting? Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. I've been buying the pullbacks. And you can see here we went yellow candles, and then see you got this blue arrow, and we got a buy dot over here, and blue candles again. So you could have bought, just a little bit once the candles go back blue, a couple micros, put a stop right below the arrow. So if it goes below the arrow, that trades over. But anything above it, you get to
Guns
get
cloud.
a little something. Candles are over here are blue. These are blue. Here's blue. Now, this zone here, this 6th line, may pull us back to the next line in order, which would be down here by the 15. So if we're playing ping pong, we came down, we hit this 10, came up to the 4, came back to the 10 one more time, hit the 6, now maybe we roll over, I don't know. We're building a new 4, so the question is, can we stay above this 4 line? Remember, these lines are ATRs based off of they're structural points based off of price to the left. So this has got a little bit of support here. If we break below that support, then we could go down lower to the next line of support.
ES discount.
Let's see what happens with this trend line. Do we bounce just down here, test it, and then go back up or not?
NQ extreme. ES bear stacker.
I'm sorry, I have to move again. I'm just coming back again.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I have to go downstairs because
Oh, that's fine.
if you say anything to me, I wasn't listening because I
Okay.
was out of the office. All right?
Yeah, no worries. Not gonna be a whole lot to say now for the next 50 minutes.
Okay, perfect then.
Okay.
MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme.
Fox 2. Fox 2.
I didn't say it out loud, but I posted it in the chat in YouTube that market internals were on their lows while we were stuck in this wedge here in the middle, and then we just started selling off following the market internals. Not expecting a big move, but enough to make some money.
NQ Extreme.
Fox 2.
NQ Extreme.
Fox 2.
ES Streaming ES Streaming
Fox 2.
NQ Bull Stacker. NQ Bull Stacker. NQ Bull Stacker.
Fox 2.
NQ Bull Stacker.
Fox 2.
ES Bear Stacker.
Fox 2.
I have a question.
Fox 2.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, um, when you're on YouTube, are you live all day or certain hours?
Okay, say it one more time. Live, what? All day or what?
And on YouTube, when we're here doing this in the room, do you post the room on YouTube the whole day, or is just certain hours?
No, I try to do it all day. So I have been only in Discord for the last year with everybody in here. We tried to go a few months ago or a year ago, started trying a YouTube channel, but then my dad had some health issues, and so I had to start to help taking care of him a little bit. So I kind of stopped the YouTubing for a while, but still had the Discord room. So we actually are just starting the YouTube channel again.
Okay.
Really, just in the last couple of days.
Oh,
But
nice.
moving forward, we'll have both Discord for paid members and YouTube for non-paying people. There's a delay in YouTube, so you don't get all the. In Discord, I give more information than I do on YouTube.
Okay.
But people can still watch with the delay. YouTube's got, I don't know, depends on the latency, between 5 and 10 seconds delay.
Okay. So, later on, we're gonna talk about what is the subscription with your channel. Number one, number two, and about to tell a friend. I don't know if you let a lot of people in your channel. I don't know, but I would like to tell a friend of
Fox
mine.
2.
She is in the same level that I am, and I know she would like to be part of a group like this. I don't know if she can the whole day because she's like Stephen. She have a job that she have to go every day.
Well, you know what?
But
Most YouTubers are not filming all day long, right? I mean, I'm a little
I know.
unique in that I would do it all day long. Most people only YouTube for an hour or two. What I want to
Okay.
do though is I want to be able to have people see it for a full RTH session, so they can actually see all day long if they want to how we trade and what we teach and what we do. So
Okay.
my goal
Okay.
is to
Give me one second, please, because I'm gonna
yeah, but
ignore.
You can invite your friend.
Thoughts 2.
Okay.
What I do, they need to send me a friend invite. What I was doing this last year was letting have people like, a week or two for free to see if they wanted to be a part of it. And then they can start paying after that if they want the additional information. Otherwise, they can do it all for free off of YouTube, but just get a little less information.
Okay, what is your tuition? Is
Yeah,
monthly?
$150 a month.
Okay.
But you can make that most times in one trade that we give you in the day.
I know, I can see that.
NQ Extreme.
Yeah. Anyway, so, and your indicators, can you give me any insight about, the price?
Stacker.
How many indicators you have? If there is
Since
only one
ATR.
indicator that you sell, what exactly is going on here?
Maybe we do that after market hours.
Since
Perfect.
ATR.
And we'll.
Perfect. Just let me know, and I will take the time to talk to you.
Yeah. Okay.
Since
Okay.
ATR.
Thank you.
Yep.
MACD Momo Cross.
ES Bull Stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
Guns Cloud.
Okay, Kelly, one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I am right now on your YouTube channel. So, shall I click on your picture to get to the live one? Like, I know it's behind 15 minutes, but
Since ATR.
is that where I have to do it? Because when I click live, it takes me to something that I was a while back.
Okay, so that way that works is go to where you were, but hit the live button with your mouse, and it should update it. And when it's updated to actually being live, you'll see a red dot next to the live button.
Okay.
Tell me if that works.
No.
You see where it says live on the bottom left?
Okay, I just click on your picture, and it took me there. Okay.
Okay, so you
Okay,
see this.
I just clicked on your picture. I'm listening to myself. It took me there. Okay.
Yeah, mute though. Mute YouTube because it gives you feedback between YouTube and Discord. You can only have one volume open at a time, otherwise you'll get feedback for everybody.
Yes, I already mute Discord.
So then become a subscriber, by clicking on the subscribe button, and then maybe thumbs up, and then you say hi in the chat. Let me see if the chat's working.
Okay.
I'm having a problem on my end on my pop-up chat. I can't see things. I don't know what's going on, but I can't.
So I
can't see it on YouTube. Oh, there you go. G, please.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I gotcha.
Perfect. thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. Hit that like
But
button.
I don't see any delay right now. Why?
Well, sometimes there's not a delay. I put it on a low latency, but I don't know if it's just the internet or I don't know if it's stuff within YouTube. Sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's slower. Maybe people who's on the, using the bandwidth on my particular cable line. I don't know. Sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's slower.
Okay. Also depends on the internet we have.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Do me a favor. Did you already hit that like button? I'm curious. I want to see it.
I think I did.
Okay.
Let me see. I think I did, and I subscribed.
Okay.
Let me see.
Perfect. Thanks.
I just did.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I saw I did it before. I just hit subscribe before. Okay. Thank you.
Nice. Okay. So now I buy this on any pullback because we're breaking out of the range. Hopefully, got two buy arrows. Maybe we pull back again, but we got two buy arrows with a buy dot breaking out of the range. We've got blue candles on the ES and the NQ. So if we get a 4 and 6 pullback here with the color bar staying blue, try to buy it again maybe. Got liquidity all the way up to 64, 24, 25 area. And then above that, 27. Here we're at this 3,500 again on the ES this time, or the NQ. Hopefully we break through this liquidity zone here that we've tried so hard at 550. It's been a ceiling for us. If we break through this, we're going to keep going up.
About 20 minutes to fireworks.
Yeah, let's go. I'm going to show you guys something in a second, but I'm in a trade, so I'll talk about something here in a second. It's probably the last little big move before the market announcement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I posted on Twitter, back at like 9:30ish, somewhere in there, these targets up here. So I'm going to move this box back over to where it belongs now. On Twitter, I called for to reach these at lunchtime.
Probably should get in there and repost that.
Say again?
I'll hop in there and repost that or retweet it out.
Thank you.
So do you stop at 5 o'clock and then come back at 6, or you stop until tomorrow?
It depends on if there's any movement in the market, I'll come back and still trade it. It kind of depends on what's happening in the market. If it's super slow in the summer, I don't want to just sit there for 15 hours a day doing nothing.
Right.
But I might stream it. I'm at nighttime on Globex, whether I'm in the room or not. I'm going to start streaming on platform called Kick. It's a competitor to YouTube and a competitor to Twitch. We got big liquidity up there. Look at that screen. That's where we're going.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's where we're going. Eventually, if YouTube ended up turning out really good and we got a lot of followers, I might roll over all the way to Kick, because Kick doesn't have advertisements and forced breaks in watching the videos. And it's a better chat system than YouTube.
What is the name again of the channel?
It's Kick, K-I-C-K. I'll post a link in the About Impact channel. I think I put it in the daily chat box though, like the other day.
Okay. I still need to go through the whole Discord channel that you have, so I can get up to date in everything, because I'm still super brand new.
Yeah. And again, you got to remember, G Police, is going to take you a while to really absorb everything, right?
I know.
You can't learn it all in a day.
Right.
Okay.
ES
I really hope we
discount.
break out of this liquidity and go up a little bit higher before the announcement.
ES discount.
Really like to get to 64.27.25 on that ES. We'll see what happens with this pullback to this region. We're hitting some fair value gaps here. May test the trend line again and then bounce one more time.
ES discount. ES discount. ES discount. ES bull stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Thirteen minutes. Might start getting a little whippy. We got to be careful here.
ES discount. ES discount. ES discount.
Might give us one last move up. Okay, testing this trend line. That may be it until they give us the news. 10 minutes. I think I'm going to be flattened.
Thoughts two.
Watch here.
Thoughts two.
ES Bear Stacker.
Thoughts two.
NQ Extreme.
Thoughts two.
MACD Momo Cross.
Guns Cloud. Guns Cloud. Guns Cloud. Guns Cloud.
Thoughts two.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
Thoughts two.
NQ Extreme.
Trump says that we're dealing with a lot of leaders on tariffs today. And we're moving along well with China. And adds that I think we'll have a very fair deal with China. One minute to go now to begin the FMC rate decision.
All right, 1 minute. Let's go.
And Trump concludes his remarks at the bill signing event.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. What are you thinking?
I think we end up going up. I think it might be a spike down, and then we eventually go up. We pierced our BDL at the 65% yesterday at the end of the day. They bought it back up. We've chopped sideways. We've come down and retested the previous close. We've stayed above the previous close and Falcon and the point of control and the pivot. So to me, we have more potential to go up. Maybe a spike down, then go up.
10 seconds. No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 4.5% as expected. Fed says economic growth moderated in the first half of the year. Governors Waller and Bowman dissented in favor of a rate cut. Fed removes language saying uncertainty has diminished. Fed says inflation remains somewhat elevated, labor market conditions remain solid, and recent indicators suggest growth of economic activity moderate in the first half of 2025. Unemployment rate remains low, labor market conditions remain solid.
NQ extreme.
Fox 2.
Just keeping on the market reactions here. Dollar seeing some downside movement. There's a little bit there. The S&P 500 did see a little bit of movement towards the upside.
NQ extreme.
So the Dixie holding on to gains after the FMC. White House says Trump signed a proclamation to address effects of copper imports on America's national security. As said with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 climbing to session highs. I'm just reversing that move towards the upside now. We have also posted out the FMC rate statement as well on the feed for you to read through.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES Fair Stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
Treasuries pair loss after Fed holds rates steady with dissent. Again, you had Waller and Bowman that preferred to lower the Fed funds rate by a quarter point. Trump says proclamation imposes universal 50% tariffs on imports of semi-finished copper products and copper-intensive derivative products effective August 1st. Seeing the US Treasury 2 10-year yield curve steepens after Fed statement. And so the US 2-year Treasury yields trim rise in wake of Fed statement, last flat at about 3.879%. Spot gold unchanged after the Fed rate decision, last down about 0.7%. The White House says Trump signed an executive order implementing an additional 40% tariff on Brazil. Trump signed an executive order implementing an additional 40% tariff on Brazil, bringing total tariff amount to 50% for Brazil. As a reminder, with Trump's proclamation on copper imports, it was announced in early July. Traders still fully price in at least one 25. Excuse me. Traders still fully price in at least one 2025 Fed rate cut. JP Morgan's Michelle says that we have to pay attention to the two dissents. White House says that de minimis exemption suspension effective August 29th. JP Morgan's Michelle says that I expect Powell to say not much disagreement in actuality. So just that the US, with the new US tariff order for Brazil, cites Bolsonaro persecution. We have posted out the live stream of the FOMC press conference. Remember, that's at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So you did see the Brazilian real briefly sliding after US releases tariff fact sheet.
I'm still letting it try to settle a little bit here. Candle bars are blue on the NQ, starting to turn blue on the ES.
ES bull stacker.
Fox 2.
Let's go. Let's get up there. Blue on the NQ and the ES.
NQ extreme.
Futures implied traders now see 68% chance of Fed lowering rates at least 25 basis points at the September meeting, and futures implied traders see 65% chance of the Fed lowering rates at least another 25 basis points at the December meeting. So it did see, well, of course, off the back of the copper headlines, it did see a movement towards the downside on copper there.
What did we say on Monday that the percent chance of lowering interest rates was at? Does anybody remember?
Without looking at it, I can't remember by offhand.
3%. Only a 3% chance of having a rate cut. Right? That was on Monday. I said that after today, that number was going to go
Guns
up.
Cloud.
They just announced what, 60%?
Yeah, 60 or something like that. Yeah.
JP Morgan's Michelle says, I'd be wary that corporate America is bottoming. And corporate America is learning how to absorb tariffs.
Okay, 61% odds in September. Of a rate cut.
Guns Cloud.
Okay, double arrows to the upside. Everything's a little bit smaller trading because you can still get whipsaw effect. Everything's aligned to the upside though for now. Had that dip down to Mustang. Okay, very big dip to Mustang in the pivot, and then we've bounced away from that. That's bullish. So I'm interested in continuing to buy the dips as long as everything's blue on all three charts. Okay.
ES discount.
Q5 power zone. All three charts in alignment. Go.
NQ
Shoot it up.
extreme. NQ extreme.
Shoot it up.
NQ extreme.
Come on. Let's get up to that box. Let's get up to that big, beautiful, golden target box. And then we'll say on Twitter, see what we said? Let's go. You don't want to bet everything on it, but stay long if you can. We are going to have some more back and forth. This is not going to go straight up. We have another low to happen at 11:45. So I expect a little bit more move up here and then another pullback. That's the actual first touch of the 4, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come on, let's go. Next little volume push. Let's go. Come on, we need more than that. Man, if this was in the wintertime, imagine how fast we'd be moving.
I know.
I mean,
Crazy.
We're moving 10 points per minute after a Fed announcement. Jeez. It's crazy.
The White House say copper input materials and copper scrap are not subject to the 232 or reciprocal tariffs.
Come on.
NQ extreme.
Don't fall in love. Suckers. Get better bounce here. Or I'm out.
ES bull stacker. ES bull stacker.
Come on. That needs to be the pullback that gives us the push up. We don't want to fade yet. Come on, little train. I think I can. Let's go. Everything's still bullish for now. Not super strong, but it is bullish.
So the US ends duty-free de minimis for low-value shipments.
I'm fine. I'm not going to let it sweep against me. I'll buy it again if I have to.
NQ extreme.
Points per minute. Come on, man.
ES bear stacker.
We did not get a huge pop in market internals, unfortunately. We have to watch this closely. I'm sitting on my hands. 15 minutes we get the conference.
Fox 2.
We're probably not going to get up here till 12:30. These targets up here.
Fox 2.
We don't have confluence. ES is red. I snipe NQ is yellow. Blue over here.
NQ extreme.
Yeah, it's very, very choppy.
Fox
We're
2.
trapped by liquidity on both sides of the NQ. We have it on both sides of us, basically equidistant away. A little bit of liquidity at 530 and 520. Then above us at 550 and 60. Then up to 80.
MACD Momo Cross.
Minutes ago now to be at the FMC press conference with Powell. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch.
MACD Momo Cross.
ES streaming ES streaming ES streaming ES streaming
MACD Momo Cross.
Guns Cloud.
I want to see what happens when we pull back to this Fibonacci level here. That's what I'm kind of eyeballing right now. Remember, we're supposed to have one more low and then one more high. Okay? One more low and then one more high. And 20% of the time we get one more extra turn, but only 20%.
Surprised we're not getting more of a. I mean, I know it's summer, but I'm really surprised we're not getting more reaction.
Yeah.
Fox 2.
You'd think at least the Fed announcement would give us a little more than what we've been seeing. And it did, just for like
MACD Momo Cross.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, though there is light at the end of the tunnel, we do have
FedEx drops
some of
amid
the
volume
kids
spike
are
last down about
going back to school in
2.8%.
our area. Some people, it's their first day back, so get there.
Today was the first day back for some of your schools?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. There's a middle school that started today.
That's super early. Wow.
Yep.
Are you in the
and
central?
too extreme.
Because normally in the
And
central
too
around
extreme.
Oklahoma, Texas, the schedule is kind of different. It's not in September, but August and something like that.
Yeah, we're so I'm in Illinois, about 3 hours
Bank
south
of
of
America's
Chicago.
senior U.S. economist, Bave,
Okay.
says that we still have an inflation.
I used to live in Oklahoma, and my kids started the school all the time, like in the very beginning of August. To me, it was kind of weird because where I come from, all my life was September, the beginning of September,
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely earlier, but they've been kind of slowly, at least here, they've been slowly inching it sooner, but they also get out sooner in the year. So, like, there are some kids that'll get out in, like, you know, mid to early May.
Yeah, that's how it was there, like around May,
5 minutes ago now to
mid-May.
get the FOMC
And the
press conference
rest
with Powell,
around this
and the video is
area
on the
is
feed.
like in June, mid-June, things like that.
Yeah.
ES Bull Stacker. ES
So also
Bull
heads up, White
Stacker.
House digital asset report gets published. We do have the link. We'll pop it out for you in the feed.
And too extreme.
Guns Cloud.
Just squeeze in a question on the labor market. We get paid Friday. Estimates from
And JP Morgan's Michelle says effective tariff rate is to settle at 18 to 20%.
Guns Cloud.
Yeah. Take. Rates. Economist. Calling now. Related inflation may even if he will be if you see weakening in addition inflation
1 minute to go now to expect the press conference to begin. And Fed Powell's press conference begins.
Got a few more minutes of weakness where we can have more pullbacks. So we don't want to be betting the whole farm here on the longs for a few more minutes.
Powell says the economy is in a solid position.
Powell's just coming out to speak.
Yep, conference started.
And inflation is somewhat above target. Fed will remain squarely focused on due mandate goals. Despite uncertainty, economy remains in solid position.
I'm still going to take buys off of our good setup. So first pullback on the ES here.
Powell says current stance of policy leaves us well positioned. That leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way. Indicators suggest economic growth has moderated.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Let's go. Hope you guys got in when it showed its hand.
NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $70 a barrel, up 79 cents or 1.14%. Powell says moderation growth reflects slowdown in consumer spending, and activity in the housing sector remains very weak.
I am in. Been in for a while.
Okay, good. Now, just be careful here. We just hit our Fibonacci target at 567.
So NYMEX.
And you have an ace line, so we have one more pullback. Be very careful here.
So NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at around $3.04. Fed's Powell says unemployment rate remains low, and labor market conditions are broadly in balance.
The overall trend is still up. When we're in a window, though, that has the potential for another pullback, we have to just still be slightly cautious and take
Powell says a wide set of indicators suggest job market is near maximum employment.
At profit targets. So this line here is a profit target. This line here is a profit target. And you got the Fibonacci here. I do think we go up here to R1.
Powell says that we expect PCE up 2.5% and core up 2.7% in the 12 months through June. So again, core PCE likely rose 2.7% year over year in June. Powell says tariffs are pushing up some goods prices.
ES discount.
Powell says most measures of longer run inflation expectations are consistent with the Fed's goal.
ES discount.
Now based on price action, you got to manage your trade up to the targets with any kind of pullback. So you may have to leg in and leg out. Easy money is already over on that particular trade.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Powell says tariffs have exerted pressure on some goods, but wider impact is uncertain.
Come on, let's go. Let's finish this move up to R1. Come on, do it. Don't even give us another pullback.
ES discount.
Powell says its reasonable base case is short-lived tariff inflation impact. So again, reasonable base case is short-lived tariff inflation impact.
ES discount.
Come on, let's go.
ES bull stacker. NQ extreme.
And possible inflationary effects could become more persistent. And Powell says that I see current stance as appropriate to guard against inflation risks. Powell says that we're on track to wrap up policy review by late summer.
Boom, baby. My NQ likes to party all the time. Party all the time. Party all the time. Come on. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Make sure you're legging out. Hold a runner.
ES discount. NQ ES bear stacker.
Powell says that we would characterize policy as modestly restrictive.
NQ extreme.
6 ATR.
All right. Hope you guys protected yourselves and you did good.
ES bear stacker.
6 ATR.
Powell says there is downside risk to the labor market. And that we expect to have more information in the coming months.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Powell says we have made no decisions about the September meeting.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Did you guys make money?
ES bear stacker.
Yes, no?
NQ
Anybody?
extreme. NQ extreme.
Thoughts two.
Come on, somebody's got to answer me.
Just keep an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing a little bit of movement towards the downside.
I was not here, I'm sorry.
Okay.
NQ bull stacker. NQ
Again, Powell says that we have made no decisions about September. Powell says uncertainty more or less even since last meeting. Again, there has been uncertainty more or less ever since last meeting.
NQ extreme.
6 ATR.
ES premium.
Here's the action.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Powell says that it's been a very dynamic time for trade negotiations, and we're still a ways away from seeing where the things settle.
ES bear stacker. ES bear stacker. NQ
Powell says
extreme.
most estimates of effective tariff rate are not moving much.
Thoughts 2.
NQ extreme.
Okay, here's the yellow that we said we're going to get around 11:45.
A Trump order in Brazil exempts orange juice and some aircraft parts. Powell says GDP and PDFP numbers came in right about where we expected them.
MACD Momo Cross.
The Trump order in Brazil tariffs includes a long list of exemptions. Powell says by many statistics, labor market is still in balance. Powell says many labor measures are similar to a year ago. Brent crude futures settle at $73.24 a barrel, up 73 cents or 1.01%.
NQ extreme.
So again, Powell says very similar to where we were a year ago. Job creation has slowed, but so has supply for workers. Powell says many uncertainties are left to resolve.
NQ ES premium. NQ
Powell says you don't see a weakening in the labor market. Powell says downside risks to labor market are certainly apparent. Powell says the main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Powell says break-even number for job creation has come down.
Thoughts 2.
ES bull stacker.
Powell says decline in labor supply and demand suggests downside risk.
NQ extreme.
Powell says on the dissents, what you want is a clear explanation, and we have that today. Powell says people thought carefully about this and put their positions out there.
Thoughts 2.
Powell says the economy calls for modestly restrictive stance for now. Powell says that I can't point to June projections 6 weeks later.
I love when it feels like
Powell says my own estimate
November,
is modestly
October,
restrictive.
November.
There are a range of estimates.
Much easier to trade.
Well, and it
Powell
reminds you
says
how
we'll be
good
making that judgment
like
as we go.
color
Yeah,
bar
my own estimate
pullbacks with
is modestly
confluence.
restrictive. There are a
It
range
just
of
reminds you of
estimates.
how
And
how
we'll be making that
fast and
judgment as
far
we go.
those moves can go with just little, couple micros at a time.
MACD Momo Cross.
Powell says
You
we
can
know
do
the
so
neutral rate
freaking
by
well
its
with it.
works. And US yields edge high after Powell says labor market not weakening.
All right, if you guys get a chance to
MACD
go
Momo
into
Cross.
X, like and post our 2 pictures.
You did another one?
Yeah, I just showed targets being hit.
Oh, okay.
Powell says, I think you have to think of this as still quite early days in assessing the impact of tariffs.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme.
Thoughts 2.
Powell, when talking about tariffs, says it's starting to show up in some consumer prices. Traders pair bets on more than one Fed rate cut this year.
ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ
Powell
Extreme.
says we'll have to watch and learn. Powell says we'll have to watch and learn empirically about the process.
NQ Extreme.
So empirically about the process.
NQ Extreme.
Powell says we have to think a long way to go to know where we'll be on the impacts.
Thoughts 2.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Powell says that we will make sure this turns into serious. This doesn't turn into serious inflation. Powell says tariff pass-through to prices may be slower than thought.
I'm back.
Thoughts 2.
ITS 20.
NQ extreme.
ITS 20.
Mach 4.
Mustang.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
So keep an eye on the dollar continue
ITS
to move
20.
higher. The White House just confirmed what was said before that Trump's tariff from
NQ
Brazil excludes some
extreme.
products, including orange pulp
NQ
and orange
extreme.
juice.
NQ extreme.
Fed's power says could say the Fed is looking
ES
through
streaming
inflation by
on.
not hiking. Powell says there may be some stimulative effect from tax bill, but not a major one.
Yeah, it's crazy how much movement you get when the points per minute are just, I mean, like,
MACD
it's a
Momo
perfect
Cross.
example of color bar changes, you know?
So keep an eye on the yen dropping to around 149.26 per
literally in
dollar, the
1 to 3
lowest since April
micros
3rd. Again, as the Dixie
that I've been
continues
trading
to strengthen here.
just
Powell
since the
says
volatility
we
picked
do
up.
not consider
I'm up
cost
like
of government
another
of
400
our
bucks.
rate changes.
Just 1 to 3 micros. Nothing crazy, just simple, easy.
The trade is no longer fully priced in Fed rate
NQ
cut in
extreme.
October.
ES streaming ES bear stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Mach 4.
Mustang.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ extreme. ES streaming NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES bull stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
Mach 4.
Mustang.
NQ extreme.
So trade is no longer fully priced in Fed rate cut in October.
NQ extreme.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ extreme. NQ ES bull stacker.
Getting closer down here to this point of control. You can tell it's starting to get a little choppy here. We're going a little sideways. A lot of color bar changes, so don't get chopped up.
ES bear stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ extreme.
Powell says that inflation is most of the way back to 2%. There's catch-up inflation reflecting past pressures. We can't separate out tariff effects on inflation.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ extreme. NQ Extreme.
Powell says services inflation is coming down nicely and goods are going up. Seeing the Dixie extend gains to the highest since May.
NQ Extreme.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker.
US issues Iran general license. So the US Treasury Iran related designations, issuance of Iran related general licenses.
MACD Momo Cross.
So authorizing limited safety and environmental transactions and offloading of cargo involving certain persons or vessels blocked on July 30th. So additionally, that's been updated.
NQ Extreme.
MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
6 ATR. 6 ATR.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Fed's Powell says some companies will take advantage of tariffs. Powell says we're getting the data that we need, and the US needs to keep being a leader.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Powell says what we see now is the very beginnings of tariff inflation.
NQ Extreme.
Powell is a retard.
NQ Extreme.
Nasdaq 100 turning negative as Powell speaks. So again, just the key comments that he made. That I expect to see more tariff impacts in inflation data. Also talking about the jobs market, saying jobs creation is being matched by slowing of the supply of workers. That impact of tariffs remains unclear still, and we haven't made any decisions about September. And we'll be monitoring all incoming data. Powell says that we have a long-term housing shortage and haven't built enough.
NQ Extreme.
Yep. We got more downside, looks like.
So US Treasury yields now extending rise after Powell says no decision yet on September cut. 10-year yield last up 4.6 basis points at around 4.732%.
Guy, you gotta love the machine gun. Let's go.
ES Premium. NQ ES Premium. ES Bear Stacker.
Powell says we have risks to both of our goals.
A lot of liquidity right here at 60.
ES bear stacker.
380, 82 on the ES.
NQ extreme.
If we break through that, oh my goodness, we're going to go down even more.
NQ extreme.
S1
What's your
down here.
yeah? What's your ATR at? I just have mine right at like 20.
Mine's at 27.
Is that what yours is? 27. Okay.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
You just take our indications and you run with it. You trail. You're doing good.
Powell says there's quite a lot of data coming in before next meeting. And next steps we take are likely to be closer to neutral.
Okay, we just broke that Fibonacci that saved us yesterday. Okay, we just broke it. Come down into this between D level and money box 1 here.
NQ extreme.
Hold your runners.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Wow, beautiful. Okay, S1. Lay out a little bit.
So Powell says it's a pretty reasonable base case is that this will be a one-time price increase.
Jeez.
And it's really hard to say if data to be clear by next meeting.
ES streaming NQ extreme.
Powell says we're trying to get the timing right.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
This is how Vision MD was born. I'm Dr. Zhu. I'm a Harvard
NQ extreme.
I've led
ES bear stacker.
studies on some of the latest
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Powell, when asked about the dollar, says the Treasury only speaks to the dollar.
ES bear
Powell
stacker.
says the dollar has not been a major focus of
extreme.
discussion.
NQ extreme.
6 ATR.
All right, we're right at the 50% here, 380 from the lows of the 22nd.
NQ extreme. ES bull stacker.
Dipped in just a little bit. The wick of a 60-minute chart.
NQ extreme.
So hitting this money box, great area. We could potentially go down even more though, guys. We could go down even more. We could also bounce pretty significantly since we are hitting this 50%.
Powell says government data is the gold standard and we need to be good and rely on it.
There will always
ES
be pressure
discount.
to try to take us back up to 436. Remember
NQ
that.
extreme.
Two-way trading.
NQ extreme.
Always be pressure to
NQ
take us back to
extreme.
436.
NQ ES discount. ES discount. NQ extreme.
Next line below us would be the 15 line if they wanted to come all the way down there.
ES bear stacker. NQ extreme.
32. I'm showing 32, 33 points per minute now. I don't know if my data's just delayed
NQ
or what.
extreme.
It is a little
I
delayed.
think mine is too. And I'll tell you what though, like, gosh, I long for the days of getting back to this. Like, well, I mean, you can get two micros,
The Treasury
like,
2 yields rising to 3.94%,
20
the
seconds
highest
later, you're up
since
like
July
100
16th.
some odd dollars.
I know. Told my
It's
wife
like
this
so
night,
nice.
I cannot wait for winter to come. You know, summers here are amazing, just so beautiful.
Oh yeah, no, they're
She's
great.
Like, why?
But
And I'm like, because I want the market to be moving faster.
yeah.
Powell
It's
says
like our
consumer
good
spending
mornings that we
had
have
been
now
very,
are
very
like what the
strong for the
slug
last few
is in
years,
winter.
and now maybe it has finally slowed down.
ES Bear Stacker. ES Premium.
Powell says credit card companies will say consumer is in solid shape.
ES Premium.
See where stocks lose ground as Fed Chair Powell speaks. S&P 500 last down about 0.45%.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Fed's Powell says GDP was in line with what we expected, but it's still difficult to interpret because of the net export swings.
Okay, we got to watch out for some basing here. The momentum indicator is still pointing down 45-degree angle. So that needs to curve up before we start really thinking about doing any longs.
According to Axios, senators write Amazon over price hikes tied to tariffs.
That's the thing is the
So again,
as we
Senator
start
writes
getting
to
into
Amazon
fall and
over price
winter,
hikes
like
tied to
we're going to
tariffs.
really want to pay more attention to that Momo
Traders pricing
indicator
less than
for
50%
bounce level points.
Say that one more time.
As we get into the fall and winter, paying attention to that Momo cross level is going to be, I think, really, really important.
Yeah, especially once they start going faster again.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES Bull Stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Probably going to get some pretty good bounces here.
Yeah, I would think so.
ES discount.
See how we're starting to curve on the momentum indicator and get blue
ES
now.
discount.
It kind of helps you to identify
ES Bull
that a low
Stacker.
is at least temporarily in because it's not going straight down anymore. Made a higher low. Got two pivots over here, right side.
So telling volume, it's been absorbing down here too with all these little spikes. It's just been absorbing all this coming in.
I mean, we got to be careful. The market internals are still on their lows. Advanced decliners completely on their lows.
Yeah.
So we got to be safe here. We make a new low without making another low tick.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES Bear
It's a lot of
Stacker.
fair value gap bumps though.
ES bull stacker.
Yeah.
Just just the speed of the aggressive buying with no defending it is kind of interesting. Guns Cloud's starting to rotate up too. Starting to We did and still do have a 2-lot sell ice at 487.5. He jumped down from 512. So he's wanting to get tagged. So that's probably the Momo push that we're seeing too.
That price is at
487.5.
That's pretty high up there. Okay.
Yeah.
That would take us back above the 436 target.
ES discount.
Yeah, I mean he just dropped down, like, just recently. So we shall see.
ES discount. NQ extreme. ES bull stacker.
Okay, there we go.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Wants to get above that 436. If we can't get above 46, that's not good. We got a 20 bull power stack here, so this is probably the pullback. Let's go up a little bit more.
NQ extreme.
Yes.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Man, nobody would have believed it if we would have told them we're going to try to come back above 436, huh?
If we get above this 31.35, I mean, we could go all the way back up to 532 as a target.
That's the line in the sand, 436. We can break above that. We can go get that 487 iceberg. Got a little more liquidity above us on the ES.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
We've called this one pretty good today. This is a keeper on the video.
Yeah,
Keep her on the video.
Yep, they're going to get it.
Wow. Extreme.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Get that surfer.
Get him.
23487, baby. Let's go.
NQ Extreme.
It's a 34 lot front run him.
Dude, these are the days we dream of.
No. They'll be here soon enough.
I know.
NQ Extreme.
Oh, they may not get him, dude. Let's see.
Well, it's just that 34 lot front run him, you know, so I pulled to the 20 and then
That was
go
still a
retest
really
it.
good move. Really good move down and really good move up.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Please, G, how are you doing? Pavel, how
NQ
you doing?
Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
I'm only watching, Gary.
Alright.
I'm only watching. I have profit, I'm watching.
Okay. That's not a bad thing to do.
NQ Extreme.
Because price jumping
Yeah.
ES Bear Stacker.
Did you
very
do okay?
fast.
Did you do okay before this?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, good.
Morning is good.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
We have to remember that on these days, we have an extra turn down 20% of the time. So there is a potential.
I am back. Oh my God.
Guns Cloud.
It dropped this much?
Oh, we've been talking to you. You haven't been in here.
Oh no, I was not here. You know, I
You'll
have a situation.
You'll have to watch the video to see what happened and what we said.
I take care of my mother-in-law that have dementia, and I have to go downstairs a lot, and it's a problem.
That's a good thing to do. I'm glad you do.
I have a lady here
Guns Cloud.
trying to help me, and she's arguing and doing a lot of crazy things downstairs, and I have to go and deal with it.
Yeah.
And you know, this is my problem here.
No worries.
Oh my God.
NQ Extreme.
Guns Cloud.
NQ Extreme. ES Premium. ES Premium. NQ Extreme.
All right, we're still below the IB low. We're below this yellow GAN sell below line, and we're below the prior close. So now we're below the line in the sand, 436.
ES Bear Stacker. NQ extreme.
Feeling like it's going to get a little choppy here. Market internals are still on their lows. Not good for the bulls. Point of control is going to shift down here. ES is red, NQ is red, ICE structure is red, all the candles.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Okay, turning blue again. It's good. At the bottom of this cloud.
ES bull stacker.
Man, gonna be choppy here at this low.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES bear stacker.
Got to take only premium setups now because it's so choppy. Sideways action. Okay, we're back in a Wyckoff channel. Okay, Wyckoff.
In the ranging channel, right?
Yep, Wyckoff ranging channel.
NQ bear stacker. NQ extreme.
Feels like we got order book flip on the ES to the downside. Okay, they just pulled it away. More downside potential though.
Every single spot.
Gotta watch for a potential little bounce at the 35. liquidity right here on the ES. See if we can hold it. Back to trips red. Coming here. About to turn trips red. You better be careful.
streaming streaming NQ extreme. ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
all that action and we're down 15 points on the NQ, 40 on the ES on the day. It's like nothing.
NQ extreme. ES bear stacker.
That guns cloud is angling pretty straight down.
NQ extreme.
A lot of liquidity here. Let's see if this is going to create support. Bouncing multiple times off this 35 line already.
ES bear stacker.
It's 12:30 though, and we have another low. So this is the 20% extra turn down. So we got to remember that for tomorrow, Matt. The flip's the lean for tomorrow.
NQ extreme.
That again so I can write it down, please.
Say again.
So the 20% that we have to remember tomorrow, can you repeat that stuff again?
Don't worry about it. That's going to confuse you at this point. It's just another something that we watch. But, don't worry about it right now.
Okay.
It would take way too long to explain it to you right now.
Okay.
It just changes the bias for tomorrow morning is what it does. But that's a much more detailed conversation.
Inflation increase more time. Also, and he's half of those
ES streaming
Look at all the arrows. When you see it going sideways and you see arrow, changing up and down, that's kind of a helpful clue to say, yeah, I'm in another Wyckoff zone. So we are in one bigger zone. We made an impulse move down. Now we're in another one. Pressure to the downside. Still. Market internal still on the lows of the day.
NQ extreme.
Has been looking at for some time. If companies are letting you go, then you have a problem because you lose their salaries and wages, and you stop spending.
Testing this 50% again.
And pulling back.
They may want to come down here to the 61.8 line. May not do it all today. Maybe we do it after hours. See, what earnings do we have that can impact this?
Microsoft and Meta.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Might be selling it off to buy it at the... Oh, that's at 2 o'clock, though. Oh, no. That's the earnings.
No, it's after close.
Yeah.
NQ
Okay,
extreme. NQ
Qualcomm
extreme.
right on. Microsoft and Meta and Ford and eBay all at 5 after. Okay.
Yep.
So what they may be doing is sell it so they can
bull
buy it.
stacker.
I'd rather them just sell the crap out of it and just break structure.
Yeah.
It'd be better for trading.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES discount. ES discount.
See these lows we made down here, you guys? Right? These match with, obviously we have S1 target right here. We have a breakout level right here. And we had a violation low. Okay, which matched with the previous week midpoint. And the sell target. So we came very,
If you're talking, I hear you.
What's that? Yeah, I'm talking. Trying to point this out to you.
ES bull
The
stacker.
prices on the right-hand side of the screen are predicted pre-market. Okay? They're possible targets. Look at this possible low. Okay, we have a possible low target. This is a GAN target. And this is the previous week midpoint.
ES Bear Stacker.
So we came very
ES
close to
Bear
tagging
Stacker.
these lower violation numbers. There's even a couple more down here. This is also, this A75 is 75% of the overnight volatility range. So there's always a high percentage chance that you're going to hit 75% of the volatility from earlier. From the overnight action. All right, that's probably the majority of the trading for the day.
NQ Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker. NQ Bear Stacker. ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker. NQ Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. ES Premium. ES Bear Stacker. ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Premium.
Mark internal still on their lows. This is weak. We got more liquidity. Whole man, like 3 or 4 bands of liquidity on the ES below us. From 63 down to 60.
NQ Extreme. ES Premium.
Alright, we're getting into the no trade zone,
NQ
coming into the
Extreme.
mock. You know what the mock is? Police G?
ES Bull Stacker.
No.
Called market on close orders. Happens at 10 minutes before the cash close. It's a after 12:30 you really shouldn't trade much because it gets kind of choppy. You heard the saying, amateurs open, professionals close. The market. Have you heard that saying?
I hear that, but yeah, okay.
Okay, so the
Good
last
to know.
hour, there's a lot of monkey games going on that the pros do to take your money at the end of the day to piss you off and make you have a bad night. But one of the the last big block of orders that comes out is something called the market on close orders at 10 minutes till.
NQ Extreme.
For you, 15.50.
ES Discount.
And that kind of impacts what's going to happen going into the actual close for the next 10 minutes into the cash close. So we usually talk about a number. It'll take you many days to kind of just keep hearing these numbers and what happens and how the market reacts to it. But it's pretty much a no trade zone is what I would probably say for you. Is you trade very lightly in the afternoons, in the middle of the day after the European close. Then you trade even less in the last hour, and then you pretty much after 12:30, unless you have a really good game plan, a really good strategy, don't trade a whole lot.
Okay, perfect.
Just to save your money. You don't have a good day and then lose it at the end. I think we're going to come down and test one more leg down. We're going to have to stick save it here. They don't want to come down one more leg. 5 minutes to the mock. They're trying to buy it here to stick save this. That's it.
ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme.
Still in range.
NQ Bear Stacker. ES Discount.
MACD Momo Cross.
Insight on the people, needs and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, finance, technical, asset, daily with Carol Bass and Tim Stennebeck. Radio, Vision 2, and the
And very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed, a Fed
And ES Discount.
Wednesday here in
ES Bull Stacker.
A very good afternoon, Carol Bass.
ES Discount. NQ Extreme.
Big news.
September 17th, I already had something.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
1 minute.
Officials, as expected, leaving interest rates unchanged, downgrading their view of the U.S. economy. It's a sign policymakers to be edging. Gotta say, we were proud a bit in terms of expectations. Governors Christopher Michelle Bowman voted against favor of a point cut.
Gonna be lightning works for the next 10 minutes. 15 minutes with earnings coming up. The close, mock, the close, and then earnings.
NES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme.
So one thing that I noticed, we're gonna what their conversations. He was like, I'm going to speak about it. So you were, so stay tuned.
Lock out period.
Yeah,
So we're gonna hear stuff. Hey, well, we should point out that was an interesting meeting.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Bull Stacker.
Thoughts 2.
All right, 300 million to buy so far. Kind of small. 300 million to buy. Peanuts. Peanuts, peanuts, peanuts.
Yeah.
Lists of some goods.
All right. Well, I'm gonna call it for myself today. I'm pretty good on the day, so I'm not gonna risk any more.
Really, you're not gonna watch the earnings?
ES discount.
Been staring at this screen too long, man.
All right. Have a
Thoughts
good one.
2.
Have a good one, brother.
Yep.
You can
I'll.
start-
I've got
you can
a
mark it
board
up
meeting.
tonight.
What's that?
I said you get to mark it up tonight.
Yep, I did. I actually put it in Navdar.
Oh, you already did? Wow. Okay. Good.
Yep, I did on the day. I've got a couple things I need to get done before tomorrow anyway. So, and my board meeting's at 9:00, so I'll be in after that.
Okay. Sounds good, dude.
Okay, awesome. All right, if it's wrong in Navdar, just let me know.
Yeah.
Just type a note in there.
Okay. Sounds good.
NQ Extreme.
All right, cool. See you guys tomorrow.
See you, Matt. See you, Matt. Bye.
Bye.
NQ Extreme.
Thoughts 2.
ES discount.
Thoughts 2.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme.
Yes, it's turned back to red, yellow on the NQ, but I wouldn't say it's weak.
NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme.
Thoughts 2.
Just kind of watching. Not a whole lot to do right in this area. See what happens into the close. I wanted to see the earnings announcements. Got some liquidity up at 484 on the NQ though. 484, 512 area.
Fox 2.
NQ Extreme.
Khalid,
Yep.
I'm going to bet.
Okay, my friend Pavel. You have fun over there in Europe.
Bear Stacker.
And we will see you
Bear
tomorrow.
Stacker.
Yes. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Have a great night.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow, everybody. Bye. Bye-bye.
Extreme.
Bye.
NQ Extreme.
Bye.
NQ Extreme.
Fox 2.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme.
Look at that move. Crazy. Okay, right up here by the 50% Fibonacci from low to high. Back to the Falcon line and the Euro low.
MACD Momo Cross.
Might be a little difficult to get across. We'll see. See what happens on one more pullback.
ES Bull Stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
Coming right up back to VWAP.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
MACD Momo Cross.
ES Discount.
Okay, 1 minute to close here.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker. ES Premium. ES Bear Stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
ES discount. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
NQ extreme.
MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Mustard.
ES bull stacker.
Mustard. Sniper.
Mach 4.
NQ extreme.
Mustard. Sniper.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
With Microsoft
NQ
and then
extreme.
Meta and then
NQ
eBay and Ford.
extreme. NQ
Microsoft
extreme.
EPS,
NQ
fourth quarter
extreme.
EPS of $3.65.
extreme.
That's a
NQ
beat on the
extreme.
estimate of
ES discount.
the estimate of $3.37.
NQ extreme.
Revenue
NQ
$76.44 billion, a beat on the estimate of $73.89 billion. Q4 intelligent cloud revenue $29.88 billion, a beat on the estimate of $29.1 billion. Fourth quarter Azure and other cloud rev, excluding FX, plus 39%. That's a beat on the estimate of plus 34.2%. So Microsoft shares jumping 5% post-market after results.
NQ extreme. 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 NQ extreme.
Well, that was pretty big pop on Microsoft.
Mustard.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES bull stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
6 ATR.
NQ extreme. 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 NQ extreme.
Police G.
NQ extreme.
You still here? Anybody still
NQ
here?
extreme.
G police.
NQ extreme.
So surely expecting the earnings now from Meta, Ford, and eBay. Ford coming through with cute second quarter adjusted EPS.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Let's go with Meta. Meta second quarter EPS of $7.14, a beat on the estimate of $5.89. So again, $7.14 for the second quarter EPS. Second quarter rev, $47.52 billion, a beat on the estimate of $44.83 billion. A second quarter adjusted revenue, or excuse me, second quarter ad revenue, $46.56 billion, a beat on the estimate of $44.07 billion. Operating income, $20.44 billion, a beat on the estimate of $17.24 billion. Reality Labs operating loss of $4.53 billion. Estimate was a loss of $4.86 billion. A family of apps operating income of $24.97 billion, a beat on the estimate of $22.16 billion. Family of apps revenue $47.15 billion, a beat on the estimate of $44.4 billion. And they see third quarter 2025 total revenue to be in the range of $47.5 billion to $50.5 billion. Compared to the estimates of $46.2 billion. They see fiscal year total expenses of $114 billion to $118 billion. They saw $113 to $118 billion. They see 2025 capex at between $66 billion to $72 billion versus prior outlook of $64 billion to $72 billion. So Meta shares rising 5% after third quarter revenue view tops estimates. They see capex, fiscal year capex of $66 to $72 billion. They saw $64 to $72 billion compared to the estimate of $67.79 billion.
NQ Extreme.
So Ford's second quarter adjusted EPS of 37 cents, a beat on the estimate of 33 cents.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
So Ford sees fiscal year adjusted EBIT of $6.5 billion, $7.5 billion. Estimate was $6.84 billion. And the second quarter adjusted EBIT at $2.1 billion, a beat on the estimate of $1.91 billion. Ford saw capex of $8 billion to $9 billion. Ford second quarter Ford Blue revenue of $25.8 billion, a beat on the estimate of $25.56 billion.
ES discount.
Ford says second quarter tariff impact of $800 million. Also with eBay earnings coming through, so eBay sees third quarter just EPS of continued OPS of $1.29 to $1.34. Estimate was $1.31. Second quarter adjusted EPS continued OPS of $1.37, a beat on the estimate of $1.30. Net revenue $2.73 billion, a beat on the estimate of $2.64 billion.
NQ Extreme.
And eBay says second quarter active buyers of 134 million, a miss on the estimate of 134.42 million, and sees third quarter net revenue of $2.69 billion to $2.74 billion, compared to the estimate of $2.65 billion. Also, second quarter gross merchandise volume of $19.51 billion, beat on the estimate of $18.88 billion. Ford reinstates fiscal year guidance. Excuse me, a forward year guidance.
NQ Extreme.
Sorry, I'm back.
That's okay.
I have to deal with a lot of things all the time over here. I'm just overwhelmed.
Yeah, you do what you got to do.
Oh my goodness
You
gracious.
can, you can come and go as you please. No problem.
Okay. It went straight to R2, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Look at that climb. Look at that drop and then that climb.
Right.
So what do you call this here?
What I call there? I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Sell them to buy them.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what they did.
Yeah.
They lowered the price and then bought it really cheap.
Microsoft's Azure surpassed $75 billion in revenue this year, up 34%.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
So there's no anybody else in the group right now?
Just keeping on the Nasdaq 100
No,
to
everybody
see
left.
movement towards the upside post the earnings then from Meta and Microsoft.
Everybody was done for the day.
Okay. I'm staying because I want to see this. All this has been done, like the news, help with all this move.
Yeah, this is all corporate earnings. Meta.
Oh,
Meta. Ford, Qualcomm, Microsoft, eBay.
Okay.
NQ
eBay.
Extreme.
Okay. Yes. Give me a second, please.
So Microsoft shares up now by about 6.8% after the bell.
Discúlpame, si estabas hablando tuve que moverme de nuevo. Oh, I'm sorry. If sometimes it's hard for me to switch from English to Spanish.
It's okay.
I have to move a second. They were calling me downstairs. Anyway, so I don't know what you say.
No, it's all good.
You
No,
would
I wouldn't say anything.
okay.
NQ Extreme. ES Discount.
I think trading's pretty much done for the day. Are you done? I'm going to sign off.
I'm done for the day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Okay. I'll see you soon.
Have a good evening.
Yep. Talk to you
Okay.
soon. Bye.
Bye.
NQ Extreme.
Baseball.
ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ extreme. ES premium. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES bull stacker.
Let's take a look at the market wrap for the US session. Wall Street's hopes that the Fed would signal imminent rate cuts were mostly dashed today, with stocks and bonds failing to cap on another otherwise strong month for risk assets. Microsoft and Meta both jumped in late hours following their earnings. An initially calm investor reaction was broken with Fed Powell stated that no decision on easing policy had been made for September. The US labor market looks solid, he said, while inflation remains above target, statements that traders interpreted as undermining the case for an impending rate cut. The S&P 500 fell 0.1% as equities reversed gains. US 2-year Treasury yields rose 7 basis points to 3.93%, while the coordinated pullback in stocks and bonds appeared mild. It was the worst Fed day since December. The dollar rose for a fifth consecutive session, its longest advance since February. Copper fell as Trump's tariffs excluded refined metals. While Trump has pushed for an immediate rate cut, investors in risk assets have largely reduced their expectations of a Fed pivot anytime soon. Instead, they're banking on strong economic growth, an AI driven earnings boom, and the belief that tariffs will only cause manageable goods inflation while keeping services inflation under control. Even though the declines in the stocks and bonds reflected revisions to market expectations, Powell made another deliberate effort to portray the central bank as being in a good position to assess the economy as it develops. Even as he and the Fed's communique indicated a slight slowdown in growth, Powell repeatedly stated that policymakers have plenty of time to assess the impact of Trump's evolving tariff policy and other data in the future. The FOMC voted 9-2 on Wednesday to keep the benchmark Fed funds rate unchanged at 4.25 to 4.5%, as it has at all of the meetings this year. Waller and Bowman voted against the decision, favoring a quarter-point cut. Money markets have reduced their expectations for a rate cut this year, with traders now seeing less than a 50% chance of one in September. The odds of a reduction in October have dropped to around 85%, whereas it was fully priced in before Powell spoke. U.S. employers increased hiring in July, though the pace was consistent with weaker labor demand. ADP research data showed that private sector payrolls increased by 104,000. The median economist estimate was for 76,000 gain. The BLS's July employment report, which includes government positions, is expected to show that job growth moderated while unemployment increased. Inflation-adjusted GDP, which measures the value of goods and services produced in the U.S., rose by an annualized 3% in the second quarter, according to prelim government data released today. Despite the strong pace, economic growth averaged 1.25% in the first half, a percentage point lower than the pace for December. Percentage point lower than the pace for 2024.
Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Guns Cloud.
S bear stacker. NQ extreme.
So just a reminder, Trump is due to be speaking. So Trump is to deliver remarks on health technology. We do have a video. We'll pop it on the feed for you.